Testing, testing. Hello. Can I see myself? Oh, I can see myself. Okay, wonderful. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Holistic Climate Solutions Summit Day number 2. My name is Steve Chu, and I'm delighted to be welcoming you back for our second day of our 7-day conversations in relation to how we can really tackle our climate crisis today with existing solutions that are often underrepresented, under-resourced, and perhaps found in these beautiful diasporas and local communities that we want to lift up to the forefront of what is possible and expand our imagination of what can happen already. So I'm delighted to introduce our first panel to our moderator, Dallas Conyers, to help us get into our first session, which is how are global solutions failing local communities.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you to our in-person audience for coming out in the New York heat and smog and traffic. And thank you to our virtual audience for taking the time to click that link and register. My name is Reverend Dallas Conyers, and I have the honor to work with today with some of the most exciting people I know in this work right now. They will be coming to you from many perspectives, but talking about something that unites us all, which is loss and damage, and how our global mechanisms directly impact or don't impact our community level interactions and responses. So you'll be hearing first from Alexander Easdale. He is the Executive Director of the Southeast Climate and Energy Network. The Southeast Climate and Energy Network has 78 organizations across the 11 southeastern states of the United States of America. Alex was most recently Associate Campus Director of Anna G. Mendez University System and South Florida campus, where he helped manage the entire campus operation, including academic and student affairs and community outreach. Previously, he was Foundations Director at the Democracia, I said that wrong. USA Project, Democracia, USA Project of the National Council of La Rusa, where he was charged with managing its institutional donor portfolio while also supporting major individual donor foundations, and a lot of other good credits to his name. So Alex will be speaking first, but then after that, we have in our presence Ms. Colette Pichon Battle. She is a generational native of Bayou Liberty, Louisiana. She founded the Gulf Coast Center for Law and Policy and led the development of programming focused on equitable climate disaster recovery, global migration, community economic development, and energy democracy for more than 17 years in the Gulf South. Colette now serves as the Partner of Vision and Initiatives at Taproot Earth, a global climate justice organization working for a world where all people can live, rest, and thrive in the places they love. She serves on the Governance Council of the Southern Movement Assembly, co-chairs the National Water Equity and Climate Resilient Caucus with Policy Links, serves on the steering committee of the Ocean Justice Forum, and is a lead architect of the 5-state multi-issue initiative Gulf South for a Green New Deal. Colette also helped to develop the 13-state Southern Communities for a Green New Deal with the Southeast Climate and Energy Network and the Red, Black, and Green New Deal Network, the National Climate Initiative with the Movement for Black Lives. As I said, she's done a lot, and we will respect that at exactly 11:30 a.m. she will have to leave to move on to her next initiative, so we just want to say we give you that grace because you're working hard for us. And then last but certainly not least, we have Zachary A.R. Phillips, who is an attorney at law, academic, published writer, and educator with a background in political science, law, and public international law. Zachary is quite aware how global problems are solved through the cooperation of states. Zachary has put his knowledge to good use working for the Attorney General's Chambers of Antigua and Barbuda, wherein he works specifically in the International Law Unit, ensuring that domestic implementation of treaties such as the UNFCCC are as seamless as possible. Currently, Zachary is an Alliance of Small Island States fellow, and as such is more directly engaged in the struggle that small island states and local communities face with the adverse effects of climate change. Let's give a hand for our panelists. Okay, and now you get to hear from them. So, Alex, tell us some of your thoughts on global solutions, local communities, and loss and damage.
Yeah, thank you, Dallas, for the introduction. That was Ana G. Mendes University System. It's a Puerto Rican university system, and I say that with pride because I've been teaching there for 14 years. And I was the associate director of that campus. And National Council La Raza is the largest Latinx, Latino advocacy organization in the country, and now it's called Unidos, and very, very closely aligned with us as well. So very happy to be here. Loving New York. Hard to get a taxi here or transportation, though. True story, I took a ferry from Jersey, from Weehawken, I think is the name of the place. Right, and then walked an hour over here. I couldn't get a nice walk, but had it been a little cooler, it would have been better, I think.
Determination to be with you.
Yes, but very privileged to be here. Love the city, and this is a very important event, important week for our movement. And we're running out of time, y'all. All right, so loss and damage. So let me explain a little bit, if you don't already know what that is. It occurs when due to either slow onset or sudden events related to climate change, something is irreversibly lost and cannot be repaired or replaced, which is loss, or something has been broken and requires a financial investment to be repaired, damage. Loss and damage includes both financial and non-financial losses, of course, including most prominently loss of life. We're talking about a damage with poor countries, smaller developing countries. They cannot afford to damage, repair the loss. A couple of examples, loss of life due to a hurricane, flood, or a famine, driven by drought. Loss of income due to crops being destroyed by a cyclone or a drought. Loss of land due to rising sea levels or desertification. Loss of culture due to widespread climate displacement of communities. Roads, homes, and other infrastructure damaged by hurricanes, fires, or flooding. And I could go on and on. Now, within the context of climate change conversations, I want to distinguish loss and damage from adaptation. Okay, adaptation is when action is taken to manage impacts of climate change and protect people and communities so that the impacts are less severe. So building seawalls, for example, in Miami, I live in South Florida, eventually Florida's at threat of being underwater. Building seawalls or shifting growing season strategies for farmers to deal with climate change impacts are two examples of adaptation. Different from loss and damage. Adaptation can help lessen or minimize loss and damage, but at current levels of warning, and with warming obviously expected to increase, they cannot prevent all loss and damage. Now, I'm going to introduce Climate Action Network's International's stance on loss and damage and U.S. fair shares, or fair shares. I don't know if you know what Climate Action Network is, international, but it is civil society internationally put together, and y'all help me out here. They have different nodes in different regions of the world. So U.S. Climate Action Network is the U.S. node. You have a European node, you have Africa, you have in South America as well, and so on and so forth. So it's a real, very, very powerful vehicle for civil society to be represented in the context of global negotiations around climate change within the United Nations. So the stance is the following. It is time to make loss and damage a permanent agenda item in the UN climate talks, starting with COP27, which is going to happen in a few months in Egypt. It is time for a finance facility with additional and new funding to address loss and damage to help those impacted to be included in this agenda right now. This pressure started last year in Glasgow, by the way, and something called the Glasgow Dialogue happened thanks to pressure by the G77 countries, which includes most of the developing countries in the world, and China. Also, the US has and continues to be against it. They are resistant to action around loss and damage, and this is the US, the previous administration, obviously, but this one as well. The US should not claim global leadership, and this is my opinion, on climate thanks to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, which does have many very good things that are juxtaposed against horrible elements that open up oil and gas leasing in the Gulf of Mexico, for example, in Alaska, that will further exacerbate the climate crisis and create sacrifice zones. My good friend Colette knows about this better than most, in the US South. Conversely, developing countries that include large, mid-sized, and small countries have contributed minimally to the climate crisis, but are severely underfunded and are getting hit the worst. Need I say more than Pakistan? Pakistan has a population of 225 million people. I am originally from the country of Argentina. Argentina has close to 50 million people. The equivalent of my country of origin right now is homeless in Pakistan. But all you see in the news is coverage, constant 24/7 coverage of the latest scandal that Trump is, or the Queen, or of England. 24/7 coverage, and not 50 million people who are displaced. That's a very good example of loss and damage. Puerto Rico being hit by Fiona, a Category 1 hurricane, all right? Power completely out on the island. FEMA had $9 billion for that island, okay? And what do? They put up the same energy grid that didn't work last time. Gets hit by a minor hurricane, so here we go again. Ruth Santiago said the FEMA money should have been spent on rooftop solar. I took a trip there, we talked about it. If people die, she said the Biden government will have blood on its hands. Residents in Jackson, Mississippi, I don't know how much, if I'm starting to run out of time here.
No, I like examples. Keep going.
Okay. Jackson, Mississippi. The capital of the state of Mississippi, but the population is 80% African American, are still without safe drinking water due to massive flooding that overpowered their already failing water system back in August, which they already knew about. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has not seemed to demonstrate any urgency for dealing with this crisis either, even though the state has received $400 million for water infrastructure upgrades. This just further proves that while the funding is available, there are two major concerns. One, it relies on already distressed communities to navigate through the complicated system of applying for grants, which is not easy to apply for grants, and assumes that those in power are willing to protect and repair vulnerable communities in the first place. I live in the state of Florida, where actually when President Obama was in power, there was money allocated to completely modernize the transportation system in the fastest growing state in the country, and the Republican governor, because it was Obama, rejected the money. Okay? Ridiculous. Yes? Okay, I was going to talk about some examples and so on, the local work, but you know what? We have plenty of time for this panel. So when we start asking questions, I'll bring that up. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. I think that was really helpful. Peace, everyone. My name is Colette Pichon Battle. I use she, her pronouns. I want to offer my respect from the land of the Choctaw Nation in South Louisiana. This is really an important conversation, and coming from South Louisiana, it's often a question about why are we in a global conversation? Well, Louisiana, my home state, is losing land at one of the fastest rates on the planet. We compete often with Bangladesh with how much land we're losing. When you lose this kind of land at this rate, you see mass migration. You see folks having to figure out new housing, new places to live. And what we're experiencing in South Louisiana is being experienced around the globe. And so it's really important, not just for me to understand this work on the local front lines, which is where I come from, but to understand that we are part of a global conversation. It's happening to folks everywhere. I think Zachary will speak most to the island nations. And we send our love and respect to Pakistan and to Puerto Rico, as we know that they're going through it right now. But these are things that we're all going through more and more. To be honest, this is happening more. Climate change is here. I don't know how many people still need to hear that, but it is here. It is real. Lord have mercy. Do we have to keep talking about it? It's something that we have to get our mind around. It's not just about how we reduce CO2 emissions, which is important, but I believe the climate movement made a mistake when they honed in on just CO2 emissions, because it makes you think that all we have to do in order to solve this global problem is reduce emissions at their source, and then all of a sudden things will be better. And in some cases, not even reduce emissions at the source, but find new technology to eat the emissions that we still put in the air, and these are all incorrect and incomplete. I think the conversation around loss and damage is important because it's really about, as Alex mentioned, it's really about the damage that has already been done. And it is about accountability. We have to acknowledge and understand that the countries of the global north are responsible for, I believe, more than 90% of the damage that we're seeing. The CO2 emissions that have gone into the globe right now and are creating the imbalance are caused by the global north. That's the US, that's other countries, developed nations that have been using coal, fossil fuels, oil and gas to run their energy system, mostly. That's what we're seeing. To put it quite bluntly, it's for those of us who like to live in comfort. It's for those of our nations that allow us to be in all of these spaces without really thinking about where our energy comes from, where our water comes from, how we're using it, and how it's impacting the rest of the globe. To be really blunt, there are people already suffering from those decisions that we've made, and those folks are entitled to not charity, but what is rightfully theirs. First of all, we caused the problem. Second of all, our accountability requires us to address the problem. But the real opportunity here is the third step, and that's really taking time to understand that you can't just throw money at this problem. This isn't just about transitioning or redistributing dollars or transitioning from one energy to another. This is about significantly transforming how we move in the world. And we have to understand that even when we create that facility that Reverend Dallas mentioned, that financial facility, even when we create that, to put it into a pile and to just give it out to the, quote, poor people who need it is not the approach that we need. In fact, what we're doing at the local level in Louisiana and across the Gulf South with great organizations like the Southeast Climate and Energy Network is we're building solutions and funds that the community is 100% in control of. So who controls the money that's in the pot? It shouldn't be coming from on high. It shouldn't be the folks with all the letters behind their name who've read all the theoretical information about how people spend money and what social impacts need to look like. This is a moment to really turn the dollars, the power, the democracy over to the people. It has to be reclaimed. What's at risk is not just people not getting the resources they need. What's at risk is folks not taking this moment to reclaim what it is to make our own decisions. And so, yes, we have to talk about this in monetary value. Yes, we have to talk about big dollars. Yes, we have to be clear that when we see amounts with B's and T's after it, this is a generational problem. This has been going on for 3 generations. We owe a lot of money here. But it's not just the money, it's the process. And it's not just about paying a thing, it's about repairing a thing and ensuring that it never happens again. I say that because I pull from the reparations definition from the Movement for Black Lives. Now, climate reparations and reparations in the US are a little bit different, but what is important is that the Movement for Black Lives definition of reparations says it's not just about giving the money. It's about ensuring that the harm never happens again. It's about acknowledging that harm has occurred, apologizing for it, and taking accountability. That is what we're asking for with loss and damage. Unfortunately, every time we go to the climate talks, I have to, acknowledge that I'm from a country that's stalling all of the forward motion on this. It has been embarrassing to represent the United States of America, to represent the front lines of the climate crisis in this country, and to again and again have nations, people from other nations say, if you could just get your country on board with this, the whole world could be okay. I think it's time for stronger and better leadership at the federal level. I think our delegation from the Department of State ought to get out of the way and allow these forward motions to happen. We need these facilities to occur. Egypt is really, this is as late as we can go. The climate talks are in Egypt this year in November, and we really need to see the US and other global South nations really take a step in the right direction. This is not about charity. Let me say it again. This is about accountability. That's a very different thing, and it's a very different approach. And I think the front lines have shown over and over again that if we trust in what they know, they can take care of themselves. What is happening to the front lines is not because they're making poor decisions. It's because we're creating situations that target them. We don't just have folks flooding in Louisiana because they lived in a wrong neighborhood. The flooding that happened in Hurricane Katrina happened because there was discrimination in where you could live if you were black. And so you can't blame people for their house flooding when the discrimination and the system put them there in the first place. This is what's happening in Puerto Rico. This is what's happening in Pakistan. And we've got to be aware that the history of our systems is responsible for the reality we're living in now, and that's what these financial facilities have to address. I think we get to talk more about this. I'm looking forward to Zachary's take on the island nations, and I'll just close by saying the front lines are ready. our government has to step up and our leadership has to be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to start by saying it's so refreshing to have been invited here. And speaking from the island's perspective, it is really refreshing to hear this kind of support coming from, as you noted, a developed country and a country that is usually in negotiation spaces opposed to this idea. So as I was introduced, my name is Zachary Phillips from the Alliance of Small Island States, and that is a UN organization, a UN negotiating group, that deals with the needs and issues of all island states around the world. So loss and damage is a really big and a really important issue for AOSIS. And in fact, as AOSIS heads to COP27 this year, AOSIS has requested that there is a agenda item to deal with loss and damage so that we can have negotiations, fruitful, substantial discussions, and try and find a way to deal with the issue that is affecting the entire world, but is definitely uniquely affecting islands around the world. So if I could go into some of the context there, as has been stated, as we live in this world that is being affected by climate change, the adverse effects are getting worse. The weather disparities are changing. And for those potential naysayers that somehow have still existed in 2022, yes, we are aware, coming from an island myself, we have had hurricanes that come frequently, that come often, but we haven't had Category 5+ hurricanes come more than once in the same season. We haven't had hurricanes that come 3 and 4 times a year hitting the same islands. We haven't had hurricanes that destroy 95% of infrastructure on a country in one go. These are not things that have existed before. These are not things that we are accustomed to, or we should know that this is the way it goes. These are definite examples of the change that is happening as a result of climate change. And these are also definite examples of what loss and damage is. It is because of this increase in climate change, we are seeing devastation. There's no other way to put it. And the examples of Pakistan, I believe, have promoted these images of how people are affected worldwide. And thank you for the example of 50 million people being displaced in Pakistan. My island nation, made up of two main islands and a few smaller islands, 100,000 people live there. But we are an independent nation. 100,000 of us, what are we supposed to do if our entire island is gone? And this is not a theoretical question. I want to emphasize for persons who are watching in the room and online, there are islands that have lost significant amount of land. There are islands that they are currently having discussions within governments, with other governments, to try and see how they're going to move people, not from the coastline of the same island, but out of the country, because the country itself may not last unless we do something soon and unless we do something now. So with that being said, that's a bit of the context. What about the solutions? We have made discussions, I would say. There has been acknowledgement of the problem. Loss and damage itself is not getting the support that is needed. And what I like to do when I explain this context, I look at mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. So mitigation is the idea that we are removing or reducing and hopefully eventually completely removing emissions of gases into the air that increase this activity of climate change. So that is a process in of itself that deals with the issue. Adaptation. Adaptation is doing processes, making infrastructure adjustments, making changes in processes locally, whether it be where you live or how you do certain things, so that the effects of climate change are not as damaging whenever they do occur. So mitigation yields adaptation. If there's not enough mitigation, you may need more adaptation. What about loss and damage? Well, that happens when the mitigation isn't enough. The adaptation cannot suffice for what is happening, and then you're going to have results no matter what. So a lot of persons are of the opinion that, oh, if you build more seawalls, you'll be better able to survive. No, there's a finite amount of protection that you can get from adaptation measures. And even with all the adaptation in the world, you will still have damage and losses occurring. And that is what we are trying, we, AOSIS, and other developing countries are trying to get across, that this is not something that you can just protect yourself against. This change is happening in real time. Unfortunately, the islands are seeing it first, but it is going to affect everywhere in the world. Most of the capital cities in developed countries as well are on close to sea level, close to surface level, and close to the ocean, and some are also below sea level. And it was very interesting hearing these examples from the United States. I myself in my research haven't come across this, but the point that we're getting across is this affects everyone. And the solutions that are happening now, it's not enough. It's not substantial enough. That's why we're asking for a financial facility. And thank you very much for saying it. Not as charity. We're not asking for charity. We are asking for what we need in order to continue existing. And the existential threat that is being posed to us right now is not something of our own making. It is something that has been thrust upon us. And we are doing our best to continue and move forward. And I think that's a good context for the islands wide, and we can go forward with more discussions now.
Yeah, so I'm going to be asking our panelists, you're going to get your turn, don't worry. We will have a Q&A for the audience, but I'm going to be asking our panelists because there are, if you've noticed, I'm sure, we have broad international global South perspective. We have international and also local global South perspective. And we have small island states international perspective. And they are saying a lot of the same things, right? Displacement, loss of life, loss of culture, and monumental problems happening. So my question for you is, and this is a hard question because a lot of people don't say the bull in the room, right? How do we continue asking for money when it seems like some places are just going to disappear? I warned you, it was a hard question.
Well, all eyes are on me, so.
No, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. Yeah.
Well, I'll start. I think that is a very poignant question, especially for small island states around the world. And I think what is important, as was pointed out, there's economic loss as well as non-economic loss. And a big factor that is not necessarily in the minds of the discussions is that along with the loss of land or the loss of physical assets, there will also be a loss of cultural aspects. And I think just specifically dealing with the question of what if there is a complete disappearance of an island nation, etc., I think that there is still a responsibility to capture, memorialize, and keep in place the aspects of that culture, that island, that territory, that region, if it is that it's a multiplicity of islands. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand the importance of that. That means a lot to those persons who live there. The only example or a close example that I can give is during the pandemic when borders were closing and nationals of different countries were told that you can no longer return home. There was a lot of feelings of distraught, it affected your mental capacity. But imagine being told that it's not temporary that you cannot return home. Your home just doesn't exist. It's completely gone. And these are solutions that, what does that mean for your nationhood, your nationality? What does that mean going forward? Those are solutions that we need to start thinking about now, unfortunately. We hope that that doesn't become the end result, but that is another aspect that needs discussion, direction, funding, and addressing.
Thank you, Zach. I really appreciate what you're saying, and that reality is what we're facing many of us are facing in South Louisiana, and it really does something to your mental health when you have to really contemplate that your home is not just, you're not just leaving it temporarily, it will be gone forever. It's a hard thing to really swallow, and to have people talk about and engage in, right? Which it is the reality for communities like mine. In about 60 years, it's predicted to not even be there. And what does that mean for our identity? I come from a place where you're identified by your bayou. So you come from a particular bayou and you say that's where you're from. People know who your family is from that. They know how long you've been there. They know what your family does because you're from that bayou, and they're going to be gone. And so I just want to acknowledge that we're not talking about it. And I think we as humans have a problem understanding climate change because it's so huge. It's huge both in how widespread it is, and it's huge in its impacts. It's so much loss, and it's loss at a level that many of us have never really had to contemplate. So I just want to acknowledge the reality of what you said, Zachary, because it's the hardest part of all of this, which is the impact on the mental health. And just to answer the question, I think we got this question a lot after Katrina, actually. Why should we help? Why should we put money there? It's just going to flood again. There's just going to be another storm. Why not just move? And people didn't really ask that question so much when Superstorm Sandy hit New York. It's interesting when we ask that question and to what communities we ask that question about. Because some communities seem worth saving, and some seem as though the whole world has committed to sacrificing them to what is inevitable. I think we have to be honest about what's at the root of those questions. Not yours, Reverend Dallas, but when folks ask it of one place rather than another. But I think the broader question, if we're gonna lose, why try? I think some of this is really about letting go of the power we feel we have to determine other people's future. The truth of the matter is that loss and damage is addressing what has already occurred. This is not about what is happening in the future. This is about what has already occurred. The damage that has already been done must be accounted for, and that is what's being requested here. What the island nations, coastal communities, folks who are losing and who are impacted, what they do with the money, and this is something difficult, especially for Americans or Western thinkers, it's their business. Now, how do we really feel about that? Trillions of dollars in the hands of brown folks and island nations and 100,000 populations. We think that we're ready to just give that money up. All of a sudden, the larger countries feel like they can't trust them. And now we're getting into a level of continued colonization and imperialism and paternalism that we cannot stand for. This is exactly what these colonizing nations have been doing to these countries forever. They can't handle it. We'll make the decision for them. They can't make the decisions for themselves. They don't know what to do. They do know what to do. And this is about us putting our ego and our oppressive systems to the side. Are we ready? Are we ready for that? Are we ready to actually say, you are free to determine your own future to an island of black people, to an island of indigenous people? You may determine what you want to do. Well, now we're addressing a history that we have a problem addressing. And it's not just the US. Watching the ceremonies of the Queen of England and thinking about all of the colonies who are struggling with whether to celebrate a level of liberation or mourn a long relationship. This is actually the reality for so many countries, because we have these colonial ties and these colonial opinions that we can tell people what to do with their future. But that, my friends, is part of the problem. That's part of the climate problem, and that's what we really have to address. Loss and damage means you're going to have to let go of controlling people's future, put it directly into their hands, and whatever they decide to do, step back and say, I am with you, I support you, we are in solidarity with your decision and your practice of democracy and your own liberation. I'm not sure if we're ready, but that's what it's gonna take.
I agree with Colette. You're asking me to follow that. I agree 100%. It's worth investing. I will draw a parallel that just occurred to me within the context of philanthropy, and obviously I run a nonprofit organization, and we depend on funding, and how condescending philanthropy in some sectors is coming around. I'll say that, but how condescending often is, no, we can't fund that organization doing amazing work at the community level because they're not going to be able to, or give them a big grant because they're not going to be able to. What are you talking about? They can scale their work and continue doing amazing work, and let them make their mistakes as well. You grow from mistakes. I think, I've gotten to where I've gotten by making, trust me, ask my parents, a lot of mistakes. So making mistakes is good and learning from them, but I think we have to really transform the way we do business. And this goes back to the Industrial Revolution and colonial practices. And some great things have come from it, but it's a worldview that just, it's not modern anymore. It doesn't belong anymore. It's destroying our planet and our species and many, many others. So I just wanted to second what Colette and Zachary said. Thanks.
Okay. Awesome answers, you guys. You hit it right on the head. It's about humanity. It's about trusting people to be human, to have rights to self-agency. It's about acknowledging that we're talking multi-generational issues of not resourcing, and therefore now you have a responsibility for the consequences that you caused in those places. And it's also about the racial disparities of who is worthy to be saved and who is not. And that is something that we don't talk about often enough. And thank you for outlining it that clearly and succinctly, all of you. So Alex, I remember earlier you wanted to talk more about communities and what was happening, and all of you have interest and experience with your communities. And my question to you is, doesn't have to be really, really deep if you don't have it, but give us the two sides of the coin. Tell us what is being done wrong right now, and what could be done that would actually help make it better.
Make what better specifically?
The situation. So if you think about a local community issue, or even a countrywide issue like Pakistan, like something, what is being done from the global level? How are we not addressing it? And what could be done specifically, like bringing in community level groups? Okay,
we've talked a lot about the problem, and I think this question's already been partially answered, if you will. So I don't want to be redundant, but pretty much solutions need to come from the community. There's an initiative coming out of the Biden administration that's a good initiative called Justice 40. And in fact, the father in the environmental justice movement, Dr. Robert Bullard, I had the privilege to go to New Orleans a few weeks ago to his conference. And we talked about Justice 40. And what I loved about not only him, but the people around in this conference who were a new network for me, was they were talking about, we have our own researchers, we have our own universities, our own HBCUs doing the research. We don't depend on anybody, right? And I loved it because it was empowering. It was like, okay, so we're not expecting you to give us anything. We're going to go ahead and do it, right? So I think the Justice 40, right? One question that I and many others have been asking for a few years now is, how does that money come down? What does that look like? Okay, 40% of investments, like the IRA bill, right, which is now law, 40% of that is supposed to go and support disadvantaged communities, environmental justice communities, and what have you. What does that actually look like? What does that actually look like in a red state, where the federal funding comes to the state, and how do those decisions made? There's a huge scandal, by the way, in Mississippi right now with related to a former quarterback, Brett Favre, and a bunch of government officials, welfare money, basically, that was completely total scandal. Look it up. So the solutions, the design of the projects to save communities, if you will, to adapt, to mitigate, has to come from the community. I know my house better than you do, right? So you have to ask for my opinion, and I have to be part of the design, and that's been a major flaw, and it happens with, the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank. I used to work, doing financing projects in Argentina, Dominican Republic, Mexico, And basically, we would go with this cookie cutter model, and it's like, you're supposed to adapt to this. And then it was fascinating watching how creative they were, because they needed the money. They wanted the money, but then they're like, yeah, we're going to tell you what you want to hear, but then we're going to go ahead and make it actually work to where it's successful. You understand? So why weren't they at the table when we were designing this initiative in the first place? And then it would have been a much, much better initiative.
I definitely want to echo the sentiments and build on that. I think within small islands, that's our problem, because our financial structure, our international climate finance system takes us to applying for these grants, they're not grants, applying for these loans from the international finance institutions, whether it be within the UNFCCC or the World Bank, IMF system. And most times they give you a certain outline of how the project is supposed to look, and you just insert your information. But that doesn't work. That can't work for everyone. And a good example, specifically with Antigua and Barbuda, for example, when we were building back from our most recent hurricane in 2017, Hurricane Irma, a lot of the assistance and aid that came was calculated based on the distance from Antigua, which is the main port of entry, to Barbuda, the sister island. So when you look at it on a map, the distance in miles doesn't seem that far. But what they're not accounting for is packing these things onto a boat, packing the people onto the boats, bringing the boat to Barbuda, offsetting, setting up the things so that we can actually start, rebuilding, having electricity, etc. And then at the end of the day, you have to deconstruct everything, because you can't leave it there, because 95% of the infrastructure has been gone. So those nuances are not really accounted for when it is that we're trying to access finance, and that's a big issue that SIDS have. There are some funds that do allocate or are going in the right direction. So for example, the Adaptation Fund allows for more global South governance, I'll put it that way, whereas we have more SIDS seats in the advisory panel. I don't want to get into too much details, but we have more access to the decision making, but that adaptation fund, is the least funded of the funds that exist within the UNFCCC process. So no matter where we go, it's always issue after issue to access the funds, and not only issues with access, but even when we access, there's requirements, constrictions, even the process of applying as well. You need to be accredited. And if local organizations within developed countries are having issues with getting accredited, imagine from a developing country and then being a local community in the developing country. A lot of hurdles to jump through.
All while you're in a state of emergency.
Right. Yeah, no, definitely honoring that. And what are we doing wrong? Lord have mercy. I think the first thing we're doing wrong is, especially in the United States, we're talking about and thinking about climate at best state by state, rarely as an entire nation. And I think the last bill that was just passed into law, the Inflation Reduction Act, is, I think, everything you need to know about how we're doing this wrong. All of the investment in renewable energy, which was amazing, great, and historic, is woefully deficient to what we actually need. It is not taking into consideration that we should have been making this kind of investment about 20 to 30 years ago. So if we're gonna just start now, it's gotta be a lot more. And I know everybody gets all crazy about money, but the truth is, I mean, if you just look at the billions of dollars that oil and gas makes every quarter, put that together, you'll get to the money that we need to actually do what we need to do. But the bigger point of that, my critique of that piece of legislation, that law, is that in order to invest in what will save us, we had to equally invest in what is harming and killing us. The only way to advance renewable energy in the Gulf, wind in particular, in the Gulf of Mexico, was to continue investing in fossil fuels. They got as much money as renewable energy, if not more. And by the way, they've been getting more. And this was really difficult for a frontline leader to actually say something positive about. While so many of our national allies saw the positivity of the bill, what we saw again and again, we see this, is the South being sacrificed for the rest of this nation. The role of the U.S. South is much like the role of the global South, which is often sacrificed for the global North nations. We extract, we oppress, and we exploit, and that is another thing that we're doing wrong. If we think this climate crisis is about simply reducing greenhouse gas emissions and not stopping these systems of exploitation, oppression, and extraction, then we will absolutely not get out of this problem. We will just create a new problem. We'll create a new version of this problem. And so I think that's another thing that we're doing wrong. I think the other thing that is not happening in the right way is we really believe that technology is going to save us. So you're watching billions of dollars be invested into carbon capture and sequestration, blue hydrogen, these things that will, one, put more methane and other greenhouse gases into the air and actually accelerate the climate crisis, are actually investments into the same fossil fuel companies who will be running these systems. When we're sitting here with island nations saying the only thing they have access to is the least funded fund, and then the fund that they would and should have access to that should be well-funded is being blocked by the United States and other Western nations. We're doing this wrong. And we're certainly putting our morals right on the front of the page. We are telling the world who we value and who we do not value. We're putting our money into big oil, big gas, big ag, big pharma, and we are absolutely leaving island nations, coastal communities out of the conversation and out of the view of solutions. And then we turn around and blame them in the middle of the disaster about why they didn't live in a better place or move to another spot or make a different decision, as though what is happening is somehow their fault. I know I'm getting a little hot on the microphone because it just, it gets to me over and over again when we get blamed for something we don't really have a responsibility for. I think what we could do, what we could see, what the solutions are happening from the grassroots. We're seeing movements around the world. Shout out to Ecuador, shout out to folks moving in Chile, shout out to folks who are standing up, shout out to Puerto Rico when they got the governor out with a salsa party in the street. I mean, can we replicate that? I think we need new leadership. I think we need leadership of any party. I don't care what party you are, but if you are of the belief that climate change is not real, you should not be in office. You should not be leading anybody. If you are of the belief that climate change is a time and a place for you to make more money, you should not be in office. You should not be leading anybody. I think this is what we have seen happening at the local level in Georgia, in states that are standing up to say we want a particular kind of leadership. I think we've got to protect that. I think it's in danger. And I think if we want to see this country, the United States, continue to stand and be a leader of sorts, then we're going to have to change our leadership not to the leader of oppression, but to the leader of liberation, the leader of democracy, and the leader of good things. This is a moment, and this is the opportunity. All we need is the will to do it. I hope we make the right choice.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So I have a couple of more questions, but I want to open it up to the audience. Are there any questions in the audience, whether in person or online? Yeah. None? Okay. Yes. Thank you.
My name is Larissa. I'm an intern at a Tokyo-based organization called Human Rights Now. And my question is, how do you respond to the argument sometimes by developing countries or local communities that they should be able to use harmful technologies because that is how the global north accumulated its wealth? And what would you respond to that? And what would be the alternative then to allow these countries to still develop in a way that is not going to make the same mistakes that we already did make? I definitely consider Japan as part of the global north when I make that
make that assumption. And this is the question that we hear from. Actually, we were hearing it from. There was a great NPR interview around Pakistan, the floods. I understand the basis of the question, and I understand that we're in a reality that I think the media, our leaders, haven't really been telling the truth about. We haven't told folks the real truth about climate change, but this thing is huge, it's destructive, it's big, and it's gonna hit everybody. So we're not in a position, we're not just talking about how can your country have access to a particular flow of capital from a particular product or a new system of capital moving across borders. I think we're talking about the existence of humankind. And sadly, during COVID, I had high hopes for what we were gonna do as a human race in COVID. We had the opportunity to choose each other. We had the opportunity to say, I will not be an individual at this moment. I will be part of a collective. And I will do my role in that collective so that the collective can stand. But what we got was, and I think this is because we are not in control of our media, we're not in control of our messaging, but what we got was the dissenters and the individualists really taking charge and saying, I can do what I want. I can wear whatever mask I want or not. I can not get a vaccine because I don't trust or do. And I don't care about the collective. I only care about myself. We lost that argument. As a social justice leader, I will tell you we lost that fight and we lost that argument and we are in a weakened state. And we have to, as a social justice movement, really figure out how to bring people back to the collective. Unfortunately, it's with words like, that we just got at the front door coming into this beautiful center. It's with words like love and community and collective and cooperative. And these are words that we have not been taught to respect. These are words that we have been told are soft and should be dominated. But they are, in fact, the only weapons that we have against this individualism that will take this globe down. When the question comes about why we want to have access to building technology so we can have access to the kind of wealth building that other nations have had, we have to have a response that says that wealth is not real. That wealth came at the harm of a lot of people, mostly black, almost always poor. That wealth is not real. And we have to redefine success and probably redefine wealth. And I would say take on this capitalist system and think about what we're calling money and wealth in the first place. I mean, how do we balance this thing out so that people who have access to natural resources have wealth, which is not the same thing as people who have access to dollars in the bank, right? Because the folks who have access to natural resources are in Africa, are in Asia, are in other places. But those resources are being privatized, dominated, and exploited, and those folks have no access to it. When they ask why not us, or give us our chance, my argument, my statement to them will be, I need you to choose us as a collective and not you as an individual or you as an individual state. I need us as a humanity, as a human race, to say this one, on climate change, we're gonna give up this fake, made up concept of wealth being money and understand wealth as our health, as our longevity, as our access to natural resources, as our access to the natural things of this world, redefine wealth in that way, and all choose to have access to that. I don't know if I'll win that argument, but I'll make it.
Yeah, I think, well, going back to your question and before, actually, with this, Inflation Reduction Act, it's like, I want to get healthier, and I want to go to the gym and ride my bicycle, which is great, but I'm going to smoke a pack a day of cigarettes. So it just is ridiculous to me. In terms of other countries trying to advance and so on, I would say build upon what Colette said and say do not replicate what's happening, which is not a sustainable model. It's just it's proven. These oil companies have known since the 1980s that they were causing climate change. I saw an article from 1921, so 100 years ago, that talked about greenhouse gases messing up the climate. So we've known what the problem is, right? So to just sit here and try to the biggest lobbies in COP, by the way, are fossil fuel companies. Millions and billions of dollars, marketing, campaign contributions. We can go on and on and on. So, to your question, I would say to these countries, invest in clean energy, regenerative agriculture, in empowering your youth, okay, and trusting your communities, not replicating some outdated model that just is not working.
And just to build on what's been said, if I may add, coming from a developing country and understanding the plight of my own people with wanting to be able to achieve those imaginary goals of development, I think that the bigger question and the real question that's being asked when this question is posed is, where is the equality or where is the equity? And I think that needs to be addressed when you're answering the question. So I do understand explaining that this specific path may not be the best path that leads to the development that you hope to achieve as a nation, but then that alone cannot be the answer, because it is not, we aren't able to just flip a switch and say, oh, we'll have renewable energy, just switch over the next day. That costs money. Renewable agriculture, that costs money. Putting people in positions to make this investment, this change in how we as a country organize these different sectors also costs money, because we have to build capacity before we can have these innovations. So the real question that is being asked is, what about the equity and the equality? And rather than ask the direct question, or rather than answer the direct question about the method of development, perhaps deal with the question underlying, which is asking about equity.
Yeah, whoa. Any other questions?
Hi, my name is Mateen. I had a youth-led organization in Dubai. My question is to do with coming from, I'd still call ourselves developing countries. Our climate, our energy, education is dictated by what Western major companies tell us to do. And that's where even a country like ours, which has money, we pay for things like that. Could you speak a little bit more to how we can go about organizing and raising awareness amongst the community for investments into green energy and local solutions? Coming from a country that's not democratic, we don't exactly have voices that advocate for that on a media level or other institutions and systems that are present in countries like this. So could you talk a little bit more along that? Thank you.
I'm trying to be nice and let him have a turn on the mic, but I'll just take it.
Actually, Colette, I think she has a part A to the question.
Okay.
Before you go.
Hi, I'm Amal from MENA Women Coalition, and is Middle East and North African women. Following up your question and building on that, my coalition, my women are from women-led organizations, grassroots, like the real grassroots, you know. They have never heard of COP. Mm-hmm. They are very active. They know their community. They work on adaptation every day, food security, everything. But they'd never heard of COP. Or they heard of it, but they didn't process it. They don't need it. They don't understand it. I'm working with them and trying to convince them that we can do something, we can change, you know, agency, etc. But just like funding and other things, like, yeah, how do we get funding? I have women from Syria, North Syria. She once told me, like, how do I get funding? And I don't have a passport. I can't even get a passport because it's Turkey, is that. I don't even have accreditation for my organization. I need to pay $6,000 for my organization to be working. So how do we bring back this? You know, how do we make it real? Because it's not real. It's just talking between us, really. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think my answer to both questions might be connected. So I also work at the grassroots level, and what we have to acknowledge is that a lot of communities are being harmed by the current realities of the climate crisis. And so we often organize in the aftermath of a storm. And we don't require people to tell us their political leaning or their political philosophy, because we really don't care. If you just got hit and I just got hit, let's figure out how to come back and be more resilient together. And our organizing is really rooted in impact. That organizing requires us to first be of service to each other. And so when the brother from Dubai asked, how do we start building? The truth is you have to start rebuilding community, because all of us live in a time where communities are being dismantled and disintegrated, and you have to like actively build it back. Interestingly, and I don't know about Dubai, but I hear we get to experience your culture next year at the climate talks. In my culture, getting together is actually quite fun. South Louisiana is known for delicious food, good music, and a good time. And so we organize using our culture. We organize using the things that people like. Why would you organize telling people to come to the struggle and to the fight? Not everybody wants to come to the struggle and to the fight. That is not an appealing offer to people. But free food, free music, childcare, and have a good time is appealing. And people really reroute themselves into who we are and what we come from and what our land has given us. But that organizing and that celebration has to be met with truth and information. And so it's nothing to have that gathering and to say, we've got a problem, let's talk about it. Folks start talking about it, not from what they read, but from their own experience. And to value not the written word, but people's lived experience, is to balance the power and to balance how our societies have really highlighted and lifted up people who've had the resources, access, and privilege to go to school versus people who live a life and know a thing. We all have this, we all have knowledge, and we all have something to gain and something to share. We take a delegation to the climate talks every year from the Gulf South, and that delegation has to do two things. It has to get a story from somebody that they met at the climate talks and bring that story back to their community. I remember when we went to Paris, we brought a chief of a tribe with us from Louisiana, and he met somebody from Bahrain. And you should have heard this South Louisiana chief talking about Bahrain. It was the funniest thing ever in the history of the planet. He was clear, he learned the story, he understood what was happening in Bahrain, and we said, in order to come on this delegation, you have to bring a story back. So we do accountability sessions, because everybody cannot go to COP, and everybody doesn't need to go to COP. And I'll, because we're being recorded, just stop just short of what I really think about what's happening with COP. I feel like we should have our own People's Summit. I feel like we should really just say the leadership at the UN is not doing what it needs to do, and I think the people should take over, make our plans, and do what we need to do. But that's revolution. I don't know if that's what we're talking about here today. We're at the Zen place. I'm at a Zen place. But what I will say is the accountability when we come back is to have another community session with those who have gone to COP. So we don't need to bring everyone. But we do have to say, if you're going to come with our delegation, your responsibility is to bring the experience back to the community. You have to bring, that's the second thing you have to do. You have to bring it back. We usually pay for some food and some music, and we give the microphone to the person who says, I represented our community. Here's what happened. Here's who I met. Here's the story I told, and here's what I learned. And whoever wants to go next time has to do that same thing. So just want to offer that to the two questions.
I think I'll just add shortly, briefly, that understanding and agreeing completely that community building is important. I would also say that there is definitely a disconnect. There's a disconnect between those that attend and those who are on the front line, who are actually dealing with the issues. And we see this is a common theme throughout all countries of the world. This even happens in small islands. You would think all 100,000 of us would know what happened, but no, we don't. And I think that is important, that whole translation is the word that I use, because even the language of mitigation, loss and damage, adaptation, people don't know what that means. When you are living on the riverbanks and you see that every day the riverbank is getting higher, like you don't know we should use adaptation measures. That's not what comes to mind. So there needs to be some more translation so that those communities that are affected are actually receiving the information and are benefiting stronger. And I will say that definitely I have to acknowledge there is a gap as to the representers and those that need it. We acknowledge that. And unfortunately that is something that you have to work out in your national capacity as to how you can get proper representation, whether that be for women, whether that be for youth, whether that be for the specific disadvantaged communities. There is indeed a gap.
Yeah, so I'll take the next question and give Colette a break. But I do want to say that there are models that work. What my two colleagues here have said we can build upon. Go to our website, scen-us.org, and look up Southern Communities for a Green New Deal policy platform. That platform, speaking of the pandemic, and thank Colette and her organization was an anchor organization along with us and others, was developed during a pandemic online. Over 100 people, community leaders, some that weren't not even formally part of our networks, weighed in on this policy platform that called out false solutions, right? Or what many believe are false solutions, like cutting down trees and saying that it's a way to get clean energy, for example. So there are different models that work. I'm very fascinated and looked this up too, Gulf South for a Green New Deal. We're a very active participant of that collaboration. And Colette has led it, and Taproot Earth has led it, and there are 5 state cohorts. And again, I want to emphasize things that work, right? I'm very active. I live in Florida, so I'm very active in the Florida cohort. Well, Colette, and especially Colette, raised money, and each state has allocated. We have funding, right? And it's funny, by the way, to watch people who suddenly get funding and some of the fights that can come out of it. Well, in Florida, we've avoided all that. We've had some tough conversations, but we've funded every group, almost every group that's applied, because we have and we're rooted in values, right? So frontline leadership, BIPOC communities, led organizations are prioritized to get funding, right? Because we're trying to get funding to the grassroots, to the community level, and for the things that we've been talking about to happen. So I'll stop there, but I really like where this is heading now, because we're talking about community-based solutions and not expecting or waiting for those in power really to take care of us, because obviously it's going to be a half measure if it happens at all.
I'll add to that. Thank you, Alex, because also the vision for equitable climate action as developed by the US CAN network. So we have been telling them what they can do. We've been developing policy platforms. It's just, are they listening? We've organized, are they listening? So thank you for asking that question and for answering with solutions as well. Any other questions from the audience? No? Okay, because I have one more. Okay, actually I have 2 more. All right, so number 1, I love you guys. You guys are knocking it out the park. So here's a big question, and we kind of been talking around it a bit. Developing nations, especially US, have been blocking it. Other nations such as the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, they're like, we don't need to do that. We want to focus on adaptation, quite frankly, because they have the money to adapt, right? They want to focus on mitigation because, they have the time and the money to do this. But do they actually get off scot-free if we just don't do loss and damage funding? If we don't help the countries that we have contributed to their harm and their hardship, if we just did nothing, would we necessarily just be like, too bad? Or would we also have impacts?
Yeah, I think we get to the topic of climate migration with that question. And I think we are especially in the United States, we are good at demonizing people trying to come across borders and trying to come into our country without any understanding or acknowledgement of what we've done as a nation to start the process toward our borders. I think we don't understand the role that that NAFTA and other trade agreements have played in the southern border movements. We just blame folks from Central and South America for coming here. But we don't really talk about how U.S. federal policy, U.S. policy has really driven folks out of business, out of work, forced economic migration, as they call it, into the United States and then into a migration, quote, crisis. We ain't seen nothing yet. If this is what trade agreements do, wait until you see what disasters do. Wait until you see what it is to have complete infrastructure destroyed and people look for another place to go. When I was just visiting Puerto Rico recently and went to a few cities that were hit, and I said, you know, why are the cities empty? And the migration into the mainland is what folks had to do for economic stability, but also just to get out of harm's way. And this has to do with the lack of investment in places like Puerto Rico, including, and by investment I mean political representation as well. They don't even get, you know, their own vote in this country, but they get to be an extraction point for the wealth of this country. This is gonna happen over and over again. And by the way, we're gonna blame the people who are on the move. That's what happens with migration, immigration, and migrants. So we are, as justice leaders, I think, on the hook right now to really connect this climate fight and this immigration fight in a way that has never been connected before. I have a background as an immigration attorney, and I'll tell you, in Hurricane Katrina, the first thing we pointed out was the number of bodies moving in and out and across borders. Folks from Louisiana were being pushed out. People were being brought in on current immigration visas to come and clean up and rebuild. And then there's a whole new population of folks who have not been integrated. And then those folks are pitted against each other because housing costs too much or there's no food. And then you blame those communities for fighting each other. This is gonna happen on a global scale. It's already happening. We won't get out of this. The best thing we could do is invest in people's own self-determination and people's own livelihoods in the place that they want to call home, because I'll tell you, almost all of my family is still displaced for 17 years now since Hurricane Katrina. They live in Texas. They no longer live in Louisiana. I'm the only one there because I didn't have any children that needed to go to school, or I didn't have medical issues that needed a hospital up and running. But I'm going to tell you, we are going to face this at a really large scale, and we have to, as justice leaders, be ready for what is coming. This is going to fuel the hate and the division that we are seeing in our community right now. The moment we can blame the other person for our strife and our struggle is the moment we get war. And this is not going to be the kind of war that, you know, is rooted in some sort of, like, you know, principled struggle. This is going to be the I hate you because I'm struggling kind of war. This is going to be the dirty wars. And so I think we could be looking at loss and damage, at investing in climate resilience. We could be looking at those things as a type of military mitigation, as a type of tension mitigation, and mitigation of things that we don't have to see come to pass. So I don't think we're gonna get out of it one way or another. We're gonna feel the impacts of the climate crisis. And we could avoid some of this by just giving folks not what they want, not even what they deserve, but what is theirs. It's theirs. We took it from them. We extracted it from them. We made money off of it. And then we told them, too bad, you're poor. It's theirs. So we owe it back to them.
Thank you for that excellent intervention. I just want to build on further. I think there's also this forgetfulness, I'll put it that way, that, for example, the change in weather patterns means that the current systems that exist in these different countries are going to have to change automatically. So the weather patterns are changing faster than we ourselves, our economies, are reacting to. For example, island nations, people, our main let me put it this way. We are known for our biodiversity. And that is terrestrial, that is forestry, those who have big forests, that is sea life. So if coral reefs around the world, where let's say 70% of them are found in island nations, if those are affected by ocean acidification and all of the coral reefs at once are gone, what does that mean for the sea life? What does that mean for fish, for seafood, shellfish industries? What does that mean for feeding people as well? Because a lot of persons depend on sea life, and a lot of other animals depend on sea life as well. As we all learned, there's a food web. So one adjustment affects the world in ways that we cannot think about currently. But that's only the islands. What about those places where wheat fields in, I believe, I don't want to call the wrong country, so let me just say wheat fields where they are currently being developed right now, they are affected by longer periods of droughts. So less rain means less wheat that is grown. Less wheat that is grown means less wheat that is provided to the rest of the world. And it's not a simple solution to say, oh, we'll just grow wheat somewhere else. We don't know where the new areas that would be ready for this kind of agricultural movement, we don't know where they will be, because we don't know what the end result is going to look like. So the ramifications, although they may seem like it doesn't really affect us right now, it has connecting effects that stretch throughout the world. And I would say one more thing about migration. As it is right now, we're thinking of migrating from developing to developed countries. But I would like to say the high points of population, the densely populated areas, even in developed countries, are most times along the coast. So not only are you going to have an influx of persons coming to developed countries, you are also going to have an influx of relocation within developed countries, because the Miamis of the world, the New Yorks of the world, the Parises, the Londons, they are also going to be affected by loss and damage and will have to relocate a large percent of their population, if not all.
Yeah, what a great panel this has been, by the way. So very easy for me to follow the two of you. This is very nice. Climate migration or immigration, it's this narrative that certain folks have created, not only in this country, in Europe as well, and other places, even in my own country, as far as from limited countries with Argentina, this false narrative, this toxic, misinformation campaign, demonizing people who are 99% of them trying to come over here to make a better life, be honest, who have, this country is what it is thanks to the immigrants, and it continues to be thanks to immigrants. Be wary, though, of not only south to north immigration, but people leaving California and Oregon and these states that have a 6-month dry period now and have these wildfires that are on steroids. Just like the hurricanes are on steroids, be wary of that migration. And different social classes. Be wary of this hurricane. Now I saw in the news this morning, Fiona, Category 1, Puerto Rico turned, I'm from Florida, so we got lucky, it turned north. And it seems harmless, right? But it's gonna intensify to a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. And what if it ends up landing here or Nova Scotia or in Iceland? Everything that we know is changing. So again, we just wanted to second your contributions. But yeah, thanks.
Well, yeah, what can you say behind all of that and what you guys have said? I will add, have you ever paid attention to how much of our stuff is imported? Yeah, I like my stuff. I'm American, I like stuff. But yeah, we can't just leave people and expect it to be all right for us. That's not how the world works. That's not what it was created for. We are interconnected, and we can't resist humanity. We can't resent the need of respecting all of humanity. And I think our panelists have made that clear. We're in this together, or we're not in this. So I want to give you guys an opportunity for Any final thoughts? I'm sorry, I don't know which way I'm moving that's making the sound. But any final thoughts before we close out? It's not a requirement, just if anything.
I'll just say quickly, once again, thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. It has been very edifying in my capacity, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to have a discussion about what isn't exactly working. You know, a lot of times we try and work towards a solution, but it is very useful to sit down, take a step back, and look at what we've implemented and see and acknowledge face head on that you know, this isn't the best way forward. So I really do hope that this information reaches the right ears and is brought back to the correct channels or the correct rooms, so that hopefully we don't have to keep having these conversations for much longer.
Yeah, I thank you for that. And I'll say, for those of us who are in and from the United States, it's time for us to pressure our government to get out of the way for the loss and damage finance instrument that needs to occur and needs to happen. It is our government that is stopping the process, and they hear from us about reducing greenhouse gas. They hear from us about stopping drilling, but they don't hear from us when it's time for us to get behind what the Global South is calling for. Our colleagues in the Global South have asked, can we please get our country to stop bringing the obstacles around this instrument that needs to occur? So we need to advocate for loss and damage. We need to address, we need to release all of the debt that these nations are holding. They cannot become climate resilient if they owe all this debt to these other nations. We are calling for our country to be the first to release that debt and to move out of the way for the loss and damage finance instrument to go forward.
Thank you, and I know that some of us have to go like almost immediately. I will say, do not be very brief. Don't underestimate your power, your potential, how strong you are on your own and in your community. Do not underestimate that, and let's find positive narratives and things that work, all right, and uplift. There's a lot of bad things happening, there's a lot of good too, all right, and we're on the winning side. So thank you very much for this invitation. I've really enjoyed this panel. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks to all of our speakers, and we look forward to seeing you at our next session at 3:30, Responding to the Food Crisis, Future-Proofing Local Food Systems to Be Resilient. Thank you, guys.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, and look here. 1, 2, 3. We got another action photographer. Okay, camera. There we go. Okay, and then you're gonna come back over here and look at me once more. All the love. Thanks for all the brilliant remarks. Okay, are we good?
God, you guys are
One more
brilliant.
time. Let's go. Here. Okay, now let's get you to that room.
High fives. Y'all guys were so on mark. Thank you. Y'all rolled. Y'all couldn't have done better if I don't even know. Blessings on your work and your longevity and your health and your resourcing. Thank you for that. I'm grateful for help. All the connections. Yes. Thank you, sir, for taking care of us. Oh, shit. No, thank you. Oh, thanks. I got a lot of work to do. We only need to write it down. Right now. Really easy.
I am very sorry. I do apologize. Okay, sorry. Before your back. Let me try to catch her. We have the Argentine guy and we will have her.
They're talking about something else, not the MENA. Yes, yes. But in our case, it's women in the classroom, and this is something else. They don't connect. They don't. But that's the thing, right? I mean, people say it applies, but it's not. We have the exact same issues when it comes into disenfranchisement of people with the wrong passports. Disenfranchisement in terms of getting a job or getting funding. It's not really around that. Similar to Saudi Arabia, right? The poverty and the division between class and
These ecosystems are
But we can do
right now.
one of the things that
Hemos hablado de Jujuy, pero cuando se Buenos Aires, I'm from Spain.
Ya me di cuenta.
Y es
Qué lindo. No conozco España todavía.
¿No? Y es la primera vez que iba a Buenos Aires con mi mujer. Estuvimos un mes.
Tengo una prima que habla maravilla de tu
What we
país.
are
Como quieras. Igual.
Me gusta. No vivo en Miami. Yeah.
Alright, I think, let me see if I turn on the microphone. Yes, that's super fine. That's super fine.
Here? You want him to be sit or stand?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay. So you wanna?
So that's what
Yeah,
I'm
but-
sit.
Con Chichi, we are doing one day per day. Here,
Yeah.
Yeah, no sé. It's good, yeah. She gets hot.
She's like next level, you know.
Yeah. So, yeah.
yes, we have like a high percentage of millionaires,
¿Crees?
but New York has a
Está difícil así.
Con la papa pizza.
That's one question that I actually wanted to ask. I mean, I'm of the opinion that you also you roll up your sleeve, you dedicate 5 to
To have it.
Yes.
Right. Levántate. Here.
but that's a challenge.
¿Sabes qué?
Quiero quitarte el chichi.
And so that's one of the
You want to
that's
move?
why I asked
Oh,
the
okay.
question as well. How do we encourage more organized systems, right?
You want me to be in this side?
Because we're also two regions kind of thing. It's
So,
always
te voy a preguntar y me contestas. You're going to be,
it's a lot.
how you do the questions?
Yes, yes.
You work with that journey, the way you
So, first, your name, your last name,
Yes.
and what's your time?
Yeah, Alexander Eastdale. I'm the executive director of the Southeast Climate Energy Network, and I'm based out of Florida, but it's a regional network in the entire southeastern United States.
Tell us what are you doing here, what's the panel about, and what was the main point about this panel?
The main point about this panel, as I understood it, was first to explain what loss and damage is, contrasting with adaptation, understanding in the context of the United Nations, the UNFCCC, the whole climate change conference process that happens every year. And kind of call out these global solutions, how they're failing local economies and local regions basically throughout the world, especially the developing world. So the idea was, and what the panel wanted to do, and I think we started to get there at the end, was to kind of uplift local solutions, community organizing, and not just expect elected officials and the most powerful countries to solve all of our problems, because obviously that's not going to happen.
Okay, what do you think is important that between the high offices and the grassroots? Because you were talking a lot about that's not the things that we have to tell people, the enthusiasm that the people want to do,
Right.
but it's like more empowering communities or the citizens, the kind of elected.
So first, I don't want to demonize elected officials. A lot of representatives, government, bureaucrats are very good, and they do a good job. At one point in time, I worked with the Argentine government, and I saw many functionaries that were very, very good, and they met well and they tried. So it's not about demonizing any one group of people, but it's calling out the fact that just certain things, the way they're being done, just are not working. So for these things to work, we have to think about designing projects differently, thinking about empowering, thinking about providing real financing, especially for these island states, smaller countries, and really lifting up those communities and those systems in a way that haven't been done in the past. We can't just expect that this model that is not working here for the climate is going to be replicated somewhere else, and then that's going to be okay. We don't have the opportunity to do that right now.
Okay. I think another point was interesting is when we were talking about this is not about charity, about accountability.
That's right. Well, first, I think accountability, the way accountability works, you should be accountable to yourself, first of all. The way I live my life is, obviously nobody's perfect, but you're accountable to yourself. So if I had this panel today, right? I flew yesterday from Miami, right? I have to be here on time. Okay, so I got up early enough to get here. I couldn't get a taxi. I walked for an hour to come to the panel. But I'm accountable. I'm responsible for my responsibilities, right? So people need to hold themselves accountable. And I love what Colette said about the people that, the community folks that she takes to the COP. They have to come back with a story. They have to come back for something. They have to hold themselves accountable. I think that's very, very important at every single level.
Okay, which are the solutions that we are proposing now? We are in a really climate change situation.
I think, well, you need this different levels. You need a lot of money, trillions of dollars. I mean, let's be real. And you need governments to work and to make this happen. It's not very easy to raise trillions of dollars. However, I think another part of the solution that doesn't get talked about enough is these oil companies that have been polluting. Well, it could be construed to be a crime, what they've done. Why don't they give billions of dollars towards providing a solution and not doing greenwashing, for example. Greenwashing is when I say, yes, I try to dress something as being environmentally friendly, but it really isn't. It's just a marketing tool. Okay, so that's a false solution. So really having real solutions, right? Real solutions to the communities, real solutions that are rooted in the land, in indigenous communities, in the people that are being affected the most, that know what's going on, and offer alternative ways of living that are not going to kill our planet.
Second, because someone who's here, communities, maybe you can explain a little bit what you say about the mitigation and adaptation topics.
Right. Well, I think mitigate is to prevent from happening, right? I think we're kind of getting past that point in most parts of the planet. It's happening. To mitigate is to keep global warming to not exceed 1.5% Celsius compared to pre-industrial revolution levels. We're at 1.1% above that right now. And you're seeing the impacts. You're seeing the intensity of the hurricanes. The natural disasters that always happen, they're much more intense now, right? Not only that, but a hurricane is not only bigger, but it moves slower, which means you have more flooding, right? And so on and so forth. So mitigating the climate crisis right now is going to be very difficult, okay? But some of it is good. Adapting to it is also a limited approach because, and I think we talked about it a little bit in the panel, it doesn't work for everyone, and many places they just cannot afford to adapt, right? Not every coastal city can build seawalls, right? And just building seawalls might not be enough, all right? So adaptation is also limited. So I think the loss and damage conversation coupled with adaptation is a more useful one, and I think it's more relevant to what's happening right now. So loss and damage, basically understanding that we're not going to be able to replace, starting with human life, but also a lot of infrastructure and even some island states. So what do we do about it now? We need to invest in it now. Let's stop waiting for something to happen and reacting. That doesn't work, right? We need to be proactive and really put money where our mouth is right now and really support these communities. So I'm very encouraged that the developing world is coming together and that leaders like ours, like us here in the U.S. South, are being in solidarity with them as well. And I'm also from the country of Argentina originally, so understanding that we need to work together to really mitigate, if you will, this crisis and support the global South, if you will, because, you know, if not, it's not going to happen.
Good. Right. Done?
We're good?
Yeah.
Estuvo fácil.
¿Vas a comer abajo? ¿Vas a estar por aquí?
Sí, sí, sí.
Abajo hay comida.
¿Hay comida abajo?
Sí.
Ah,
Con el
bueno.
partner. Sí.
Vamos a ver. Thank you,
Ah, ya. Sorry, Sofía.
Yeah, Sofía. ¿Español también?
No.
Okay, unfortunately.
We will go up.
We have to wait for Colette to finish her call. She's going to be there for whenever, but then she will be with us here around and then we'll interview her. You mean for Colette?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's having a call now.
Oh, okay.
We cannot interrupt the call.
I'm assuming you guys,
Should we interview the lady?
Yes, if she's, we are going downstairs and see if she's around.
you guys are gonna
Yeah,
edit,
yeah.
right?
And I'm going to ask her, yeah?
Yeah. Let's go.
So, Colette is joining between First and Second Ave. So right now we're on Second Avenue, right? Like the beauty of New York, it's like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, right? So we're on Second right now. If you keep heading south, right, which is this direction, you're gonna get closer to the UN. And so as long as if you have the email that confirms like what location it's at, it should be like close to like 44th, 43rd Street.
Okay.
Yeah. Once you pick up that badge will be able to give you access to two things. First is every single day there is a general debate that's happening at the UN, right? And so that's when like country representatives are coming to like bring their like expertise on different issues, what's happening around like the thematic agenda of the General Assembly this time, and they're just like sharing reflections as community members or country members. So it's very like there's very little interaction that way, but like because you have a badge, you'll be able to get a special pass that you can pick up inside the like UN badge area. You pick that up, and then you'll be able to go to some of these sessions. In addition to that, there are like over 500 events happening throughout the week here, and those you don't need a badge for, but you want to scope out like what you're interested in, right? And so you can find those on the Climate Week website. So I can text that to you right now. Yeah, I got
One
you.
year plus.
Oh wow. Okay. Climate Week.
Then I will see other things that we
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited for Marion to be here too.
When is she actually coming?
I believe tomorrow morning at like 6 a.m. Yeah. So she's gonna roll up and then immediately come here to give a talk with us at the faith dialogue session. And then copy. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this has like, if you look at this, it has all the different events that are happening. So like, for example, today, let's check out what's happening right now. And then these are the sessions that are, so if you want to look at financing in Latin America, that's happening at 2:30. Yeah, India is doing some things. This is on accountability. That's happening right now. Ooh, this is clean energy and green economy at 2 p.m. That might be interesting.
If I get the badge.
Oh, so these you don't need badges for. All of these events are outside of the UN.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, this is on corporations. If you want to listen to corporate sector talk about corporate sustainability, that might be somewhere that like we would have interest. It looks similar. Nature dependent, currency as leadership. G20 Global Action on Renewables. Oh, that's already passed. Youth for Climate. Youth for Climate is happening today. So that's on everyone with the like youth leadership phase.
Okay.
Ooh, what about this? It's over. That's unfortunate.
Do they have it online?
Yeah.
So we can catch up.
You can always like watch it after the fact.
Amazing how hybrid things are.
Yeah. But it's so much more fun seeing you in person than it is.
I know. It makes more sense, isn't it?
Yeah. So much better. Yeah. Because it's just like you actually get the chance to like
Connect. And then later on you can know, like, visual, isn't it? You
Yeah.
trust, and
Yeah.
you know.
I think it's really about trust building.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Then greenwashing. This one's on Brazil. That's fun.
I have a woman in my network from Jordan, and she is working on greywater,
Oh, yeah.
recycling and stuff, and she's doing amazing. Hopefully, I added the list. I added to the
I
list.
saw the list. Yeah.
So Lubna is the Christian
Right.
Jordan lady,
Beautiful.
and the other one is this one, the translator. I will try to get another translator.
Yeah.
You know?
So we
But
have
how is it going?
we have the whole list. We sent it to the Nordic minister, and they've been looking at the list, but they haven't gotten back to me as to like how many badges they have.
Yeah.
Suji's side, we were anticipating to get 25 badges.
Yeah.
Do you know how many badges they gave us? They gave us 4. They gave us 4. And so I'm like, I can't even send like what it would take, right? And then so from the 4 we argued up to 6. So now
because I have like kind of priorities to make sure there is a variation and it's not all the same.
Right.
Take one country, one girl or two.
Right, right, right.
Then
You don't want too many of one.
too many in one. Then it gives that. Oh, Angela, did you see her email? She wants an update and what she said. I invited her.
Love it, love it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And she said their CEO and COO are around the Europe. They are pretty good.
Fair, fair.
Said if they have time or chance, they can contact us for facilities.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. She said we need to meet to talk about COP. Things like that.
Yeah, let's do it, let's do it. What day are you flying out?
26. Early morning. Early morning.
Okay. I mean, so on the 25th, I end at like 2 p.m. So if they're around on the 26th after 2 p.m., that would probably be like the most ideal time to meet with you.
26.
Or 25th, sorry, 25th, 2 p.m.
Yeah.
25th, 2 p.m. onwards.
All
If they
right.
have
I'll see
flexibility.
with
Yeah.
Mariam.
Yeah. Otherwise, like,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm running every single event, so like I'm like taking care of all these speakers, and so
Yeah.
it's a little hard for me to meet this week.
Yeah. You said I should meet Alex, but I think it's going to be.
I'm so sorry to interrupt,
What's up?
because the video thing we have the data.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Can we have her?
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
doing for interview, only 5 minutes will be fine.
Yeah, I think we're good for today. If you want to come for the 3:30 session, it's on building resilience to local food systems. Yeah, so come back for
If I'm not lost, I keep walking around this avenues.
Yeah. Okay, so enjoy the interview and then have fun. Amel is super fabulous. She's been working with us for a good, like 6 months, 10 months. How long? Oh, way too long. It's been great. Yes. Oh, very good.
One, one, two, three. One, one, one. One, one, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three, four. One, 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 two, three. One, two, three. One, 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 two, three. One, two, three. One, 一二三，一二三，一二。一，二，一，二，一，二，一，二，三。一二三，一二三，1 2 3。 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2
2015.
Back to school season is undoubtedly very stressful and overwhelming, especially as a student athlete. Grammarly has helped me countless times with
Recording in progress.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Over here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear this? Yes? Jennifer, can you hear me in the back? Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah, well, once we.
Okay, so mic for Austin then, since Austin's starting. Okay, sure. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, ready? Oh. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. We are delighted now to introduce our next session with Bibi Laluz Gonzalez as our moderator, who will be opening up the space, welcoming our panelists, and sharing with you the wonderful world of unpacking how we respond to the food crisis and ensure that we build resilience.
Thank you so much, Steve. Hello, audience. Hello, panel. How are you? Are you feeling resilient? What about the audience? Yes? Yeah, let's go. Yes. So before starting the session, we were mentioning about, for example, the emergency response when we work towards resilience. And by the time that we were discussing this downstairs outside at the beautiful patio with lots of trees, the blue sky, we were hearing this very obnoxious noise from the outside, as today is a very hectic day in New York. And we were hearing ambulances, cars, horns, and wow, so kind of like an emergency everywhere, right? We're all within this ambiance of emergency. So what is that sense of urgency that we have that pushes us to be resilient no matter what? And today we are here. Perhaps I am the person moderating the resilience events, as yesterday I was here too with the faith-based solutions. Well, welcome. As Steve mentioned, my name is Bibi Laluz Gonzalez. I'm the founder and director of an organization to reduce malnutrition called Eat Better Waik in Guatemala. And I'm very honored to be here today in this session of how we are responding to the food crisis. So future-proofing local food systems to be resilient. And just as yesterday, I asked, what does resilience mean to you? How does it resonate to you? This word, we can hear it a lot, but perhaps we don't really fully understand the meaning and transcendence of it. But since we're talking about today, presently, about the future, so how does resilience come to that and your actions? And within that context, I am going to welcome our panel. Starting to my right, we have Michal Bar. Welcome. And she's the Director of Emergencies and Operation at IsraAid. And then here we have Austin Chu. He's the Associate Director of UNICEF here in the United States. And to my right, we have Sarah Chu in-house, the representative to the United Nations Buddhist Chu Tzu Chi Charity Foundation. And I welcome you all to this 1.5 hour session that we'll have today regarding the work and what are the challenges within the food crisis, how it connects with climate, their own perspectives, and how we will be discussing today solutions that we can all bring, and hopefully you can all also bring to your spheres, your work, and in your personal lives. So this number has changed of what I had. I remember seeing the signs in London when the world population reached 7 billion people. And now, by the end of this year, we will be reaching 8 billion people. I do not have kids yet, so I cannot say that I'm part of this new statistic or data. But it is happening around the world. We also see how in numerous years, or how these years, so much has changed. Not only climate change, conflict, different types of crises, of course, the pandemic, different ways of living, where we are living, and others, and how we are living. This creates a sense of unease, of instability, and when we think about food security, just think of the whole perspective of security. And what keeps us alive, yes, water, but food, it's making sure we have that food today at least, and tomorrow too, and for all of our family and all of us. Children, adults, seniors, babies. We will be discussing what is happening now, how these topics that I just mentioned relate in certain parts of the world. We'll be touching on one specific region that you will hear later on. However, I don't want to be grim, so let's talk about how we can uplift ourselves. And using Steve's words, how we can elevate our agency. And following up on the word resilience. So this is an opportunity to rebuild these systems. And that is why it's called future-proofing. And we think about the vulnerable communities, but then how can they become by themselves resilient and self-sustainable without continuous aid, but just bringing those tools necessary now for them to keep on growing. This comes to a point of also touching on a bit of food sovereignty as well, and break away from certain cycles of dependence, and we're going to learn how we can do that. So, as you have heard, this panel brings together an array of knowledge and focus within these aspects in the humanitarian world, and what are their nexus, and understand their strategies and their solutions to transform the food systems to become more equitable, peaceful, and eventually sustainable. And what I learned from a very special friend in Guatemala, he's a communication officer of the United Nations office over there. He interviewed me, and then I understand what the sustainable part was. It's something that you're holding, that you're sustaining, and you have it there in your hand. If you let it go, if you don't sustain it, it falls and breaks. Maybe it's better understood in Spanish, but the word in Spanish is sostener. You sustain. So what is this hand? How are you sustaining it? What are you feeding into it? What keeps you holding it? And when are you able to let go without knowing it's going to fall and break? So with that, thank you. And we're going to move towards our questions. This will be a very dynamic panel. And we also will have a Q&A before we finish the session. Please be attentive, take notes. What are the words that are resonating with you? And the panel will also be super lively, where this is a dialogue, and we'll be asking questions between each other, and following up, and you'll see the connection between all of this. So All right, are we ready to start? Yes. Moving forward. All right. So we're gonna set the stage or setting the scene on climate, right? So how is climate setting the scene in the food aspect that you're focusing in? Yes. So we'll start with Austin to give us a glimpse of that scene. And then we'll have the scenery of the rest of the panel, and then we'll move forward to the main burning question.
All right. Thank you, BB, for that introduction. Really enjoyed the metaphor of the hand being there to sustain. But hi, everyone. My name is Austin Chu. I'm an assistant director at UNICEF USA, where I work on our Global Cause Partnerships team. But when I think about climate, food insecurity, and conflict intersecting, I think of the Horn of Africa region. Now, if I can share a few facts with everyone for context, setting the stage, as BB said. A few basic facts are important to note. First is that there have been, as of the last 2 years, 4 failed rainy seasons, and it's very likely that the next rainy season will also fail, meaning that there's no rain, essentially. And after 2 years of that, the livestock and the crops in the Horn of Africa region, which includes Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia, that people are having trouble meeting their basic subsistence needs. And so, the other reality is that for these 3 countries, they were importing wheat, heavily reliant on the Russian Federation and Ukraine. So Ethiopia imported 67% of their wheat. Kenya imported 89%, and Somalia 92%. So that's staggering. 2/3, and then over, almost 9 in 10 of their wheat imported from these 2 countries alone. And so when conflict broke out, decreasing access to wheat and other goods, raising the price of the same inputs. So this has made it harder not only for these families who are already having trouble, meeting their basic needs through the kind of existing resources in the land, are also seeing from the wheat and other foodstuffs the price increase. So here in the United States, for example, the latest inflation figure is 8.3%, and everyone is up in arms. Well, the price of wheat flour and cooking oil has risen in some places 160%, and in other areas, for example, in Somalia, in the Bay region, 240%. And on top of this, the price of fertilizer has also, or is projected to increase. Fertilizer is also another major export from Ukraine and the Russian Federation. And so all these factors are combining. You have climate, which is making wet areas wetter and dry areas drier, right? So climate is already creating this vulnerability. Then you have conflict coming on top, making it more difficult not only to access the goods they need, and more expensive, and further destabilizing the region. So you have all these factors coming together, and now what we have is an independent panel of experts is projecting a famine situation from October through December in the Horn of Africa region. We're not there yet. Things are already bad, but it will quickly get much worse is the projection. So famine is projected starting October. And 2 million children across these 3 countries are already estimated to be suffering from severe acute malnutrition. And this has implications, not only on the hunger and nutrition situation, but 1.5 million people have had to flee their homes or leave their homes because of the drought. They can't get enough food to eat; they need to go elsewhere, and that means many children are also out of school. So in addition to it being a nutrition and hunger crisis, it's also an education crisis. It's a child protection crisis. It's a water crisis. So all these factors are kind of coming together in this. There's many. It's not the only place where there's such a crisis, but it is one flashpoint to see all of these different factors coming to play. So wanted to kind of share some basic facts about that situation to start, and that's really one of the first places I think about in response to your question.
Thank you so much. Who would like to jump in now? Just setting how you, or even how you feel, setting the scene of how you're feeling in all of this, and because it also relates to us. We're passionate for our work. That's why we're here, right? And speaking about it. So, how do you feel in this context? Sarah, would you like to? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah. I'm the project specialist in the Buddhist Tzu Chi Charity Foundations. By following Austin's sharing about Africa, Horn of Africa, I would like to share a project that I'm doing right now. It's a brand new project in South Sudan. As the conflict and climate change is going on, and South Sudan is a fairly new country. They were just 11 years old. I believe it's much, much younger than the people that's sitting here right now. But they have been experiencing conflicts for over 6 years, and they were experiencing the flooding, very serious floodings, and a lot of people, a high percentage of people in South Sudan are lacking of food. And there was a chance that we know a school, a girls' school that's run by the Catholic sisters. The school was forced to close because the lack of the food. And the school is important for the girls because that school is a shelter for many of the girls in that country. The gender is not equal, so many of the girls were suffering abuses. So that was a shelter for the girls and the place that for girls to have educations. So first, the Master Zheng, our founder of Tzu Chi, has been sharing with us that education is very important to build a country, to improve a country. So we want the school to be reopened and continue and to educate the girls. So we step in and to bring the food relief. And we have been sending food for twice already. And in next year, we will continue to providing food. And we are also trying to work with school and finding that if there's ways that they can have accessibility to have their own gardens and to be independent and to have a more good place for a girl to be educated. And then maybe one day they will be the key person to change the country, to bring more positive way, to have less conflict in the country. Thank you.
I would like to compliment what you guys just said. And my name is Michal, and I'm working with Israel. And we are Israeli-based non-governmental humanitarian agency. And we work globally meeting communities after they are facing adversities. And we would like to say that those communities are resilient and strong, but we live in complex realities that brings impossible situations. And when we are talking about food insecurities, those are exactly, this is one of the examples where we can think of various reasons why strong communities would be suffering from food insecurities. So just to name a few, we spoke about conflict zones, like in South Sudan. We have teams that are working currently in Tigray, and we can see how the conflict in that area is just blocking any money getting in or out, so people cannot buy food even if that exists. So we work on credit lines. We can see the crisis in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine that just affects the global export of wheat and plant oil, and how that affects according to the numbers Austin just shared. And we recently forgot about the global pandemic that we all suffered from and how that affected cost of living, international cost of shipping, and how all of that makes our life a bit harder. And then climate change, so a hurricane or earthquake or El Nino, and suddenly your entire expectations of your yield this year, your crops, your whatever you've got, your assets are now unreliable. And this is where international arena can come in and support. And you were asking Bibi about the personal motivations, right? So I'm saying how incredible it is to have those resources and knowledge in hand to visit community after community and share those learnings from one place to the other and see what kind of technology or know-how we can share and spread around. But that's not enough, because working in the local context, I think this is part of the major thing that we need to be focusing on, and the inclusive community work. And how do you generate that exist know-how within the context of emergency, within the context of food insecurity, and bring that innovative solution, thinking at the short term, but also already on the first day of the crisis, start thinking for the longer term ahead.
Exactly right. I really love how you summarized it and put it together. Something that I caught from your interventions, although you said it's not enough, so I have a following question on that. But Austin, you mentioned education. Sarah, you mentioned schools. Michal, you mentioned sharing learning. We all have then that response of the information, how it's put across, shared, what the message is going to be, what we want them to take, to perhaps understand, but not just that, right? It's how it contextualizes to their own lives, their own perspectives, their own cultures, the local aspects of these learnings, and what everyone can learn from all of us, right? Not just one saying, this is how we do it, right? But contextualizing that to where our efforts, or where we want to work in and with who. You said that perhaps this is not enough. So to the following question, I'd like to add, how can we make it enough? That what we're doing right now isn't enough. So how can we make it then worthwhile? What is the road to make it enough and that excels or exceeds our expectations? So with that, I'd like to understand, what are the models that you use in your organizations to respond to the food crisis? We all have different ways or similar ways of responding to emergency, so that immediate response. And then I'd like to also know how do we make it enough? What are the roads in order for communities to thrive within the constant presence of, for example, your organizations, as we all hear, right, that the work in development is working towards the extinction of our work, right? So how do we make that enough? So I hope the question is clear. The models, how do we make it enough? And the self-sustainability as well of that part. Who'd like to go first? I see Austin very on the edge of the seat.
I can start. Okay, so I think in terms of how we can make it enough and models for response, I'll start by sharing that when it comes to nutrition, a nutrition crisis, so the consequences of malnutrition for children, especially very young children, can last throughout their entire lives. When you see the consequences of wasting and stunting, this has severe consequences on children's brains, cognitive development, physical development. It affects their learning. It affects really their life chances. And studies have shown that if we can act early, and ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? But if we can act early to prevent nutrition crises, actually can lead to 0.08% increase per capita income. And so, when it is about meeting an immediate, life-threatening need, but at the same time, even as we're doing that, it has very long-term implications, not only for these children, but for really their whole country, right? And so, thinking about nutrition, how can we make it enough? Well, for this region specifically, and the Bay region in Somalia, for example, was also an epicenter of drought two other times this year. So this is the third time that it's faced a drought situation in the last 10 years. In 2011, there was a similar situation and a very tragic loss of life. We've learned from Somalia that when malnutrition meets with rising rates of disease, that it has a very fatal effect and it leads to a significant loss of life. Children who are malnourished are 11 times more likely to die from diseases as those children who are well nourished. So we're already seeing outbreaks of diseases such as cholera and measles and others. So meeting the needs of these children when it comes to nutrition has all these other positive effects as well, right? But in terms of when is enough, so I mentioned 2011. 2017 was the other time this last decade in which the region faced a similar situation. And with enough early warning, activation of early warning systems, raised enough awareness, donors and governments were able to channel enough resources and additional aid to meet the needs. At the time, the situation was different as well. The conflict in Tigray hadn't broken out yet, so there were more organizations operational on the ground. There's better access into those regions to be able to, even provide food or access food. But my point is that we were able to act early enough to prevent a famine. And famine has been projected in this region, but that's not yet a famine declaration. So a famine declaration is a failure of collective will, right? Whereas a famine projection is a call to action, right? So we still have an opportunity to act and prevent this crisis from devolving into catastrophe, but we have a very short, narrow window of time in which to act, right? But it is possible, right? We have the solutions. We know we have the solutions. It's a matter of having the collective will and collective resources to take the action that's needed.
Thank you. I really like that difference of the failure of collective will and then the call to action. For example, for our audience here, what would you tell them the call to action, like their immediate call to action and then a bit more like medium, long-term call to action?
So I think the call to action, I think individuals is calling on your governments to raise attention to this crisis, to channel resources to support in the region, channel to good organizations like Israel or Tsuchi who are active in the region, or UNICEF, and to find ways to raise awareness and build the collective will. Yeah, that's in the short term. Of course, long term that could be much bigger conversation. But I think, to your point about kind of putting ourselves out of a job, I think there must be innovative solutions, I think, about how we can, empower these communities to meet their food needs in a more sustainable way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We can pass the mic now to your right. Michal.
I have something to add.
Go ahead.
I have to say. Okay, so just to say, when I agree with Austin, and I think that we should look at it from a kind of like multiple dimensions way, and say, what's the short term, what's the long term. So first of all, We are talking at the macro level, kind of like top-down approach. So we have governments who are talking and international organizations who are talking, but it needs also to have a bottom-up approach for it to work. So we have to meet it in the middle, and this is where we should call for localization, local actions, and push from that angle as we speak. And the other thing would be the nexus between the humanitarian aid sphere and the community development and resilience building sphere, where we want to work within that nexus. So, and I want to explain why. We are here very concerned about a specific crisis happens elsewhere. But even if our hearts are there, it's very hard to mobilize the resources. Unless it's like spread all over the news and we see it in the media, nobody really cares, and we are unable to mobilize the funds, the resources, the know-how. And this is where we have to utilize and build on the opportunities that there are in emergency response to speak on disaster risk reduction from the first day of a reaction. So when we are coming now, and we are responding to the famine, we're responding to, and I have another example, because we all understand drought and food shortage now when we are talking about the Horn of Africa. But I can share a story about the Bahamas. After Hurricane Dorian in September 2019, and thereafter the entire, actually 3 of the 7 islands were completely flooded with 6 feet of water. Salt water were trickling down to the aquifer. So basically all the potable water, the underground water, were salty. And this is how the country just lost their resource. And so you have the immediate response, right? So we can do water tracking, we can provide them with the water bottles, but how can you take that resource, the money, the awareness that you were able to mobilize on the first days, and through that think of a longer term solution, right? Or to have a ground survey, or to think how I can take whatever I'm doing now, but think for the longer term how the country, the community will be able to maintain their resources for the future. So sometimes emergency could also be a great opportunity for a community, for them to see how they can take that awareness, the spotlight they just got from the international arena, and see how they can, take it onward and have some lesson learned and some backup plans. But how do we do that? That's a completely different question.
And have you seen that happen? For example, that the emergency response was built, or something that followed was building up upon that emergency response. Where have you seen it? How did you see it happen? Because as you say, for example, emergencies, they happen, all the spotlight is there, and then we move forward with other news. For example, we see other news, and for example, in Guatemala, there was a landslide in all of this village. So much attention was put into it, or even the volcano eruption. People who were living near in the slopes of the volcano, well, some of them died, and those who survived were displaced a bit. And you had promises that they were building houses to be replaced in, and then, as we say in Guatemala, what? We didn't hear anything more. Nothing really happened. So I'd really like to hear that follow-up and how it has been even resilient to that silence that comes after an emergency. Can you share a bit of that?
You want to one of you would like to answer? I can continue with this one.
It's a direct question to you.
Oh, sorry, Bibi. I feel like I'm talking a lot, but we are in a panel, so I guess it's okay. I've seen it a few times, and the example of the Bahamas was a very vivid example where we were following with a full year of ground survey and having joint trainings with the water utility company of the Bahamas to make sure that they have a long-term and right, that's in the backyard of the States. So that was relatively easy because we were able to mobilize lots of awareness, and it's close by. By how do you work in places like Vanuatu, which is 5 hours flight from
the closest airport.
Yeah, Australia. So or in other places, and this is a challenge. It's a challenge, and this is one of the most important key terms here are dialogue with 3 different types of stakeholders within the community, to have the grassroots organizations, to have the political powers, municipalities, and to have the community to take action. And this is where it's a community-driven action. And for them to be the ones to lead and say, we prefer to have it otherwise. We want to build back better. We don't want just to go back to zero. And the basic definitions for resilience are talking about the ability to bounce back after facing adversity. And here we are saying, when you have an emergency response, let's think of bouncing forward after facing an adversity.
And that's what resilience is about.
Exactly.
So thank you so much. We can pass the mic to Sarah, and I'll build up the question of the models that you are doing within Suchi, with what Michal mentioned of the closest place where you can get to Vanuatu, for example. So you've been mentioning, and we had a lovely discussion before this, I have to say. And I really admired how you have a fantastic reach, like everywhere, even even in Guatemala. So the model that you work together with organizations already on the ground in the places where either an emergency or a crisis is going on, and then following up on that. So I'd love to know a bit more, like where have you, or like the highlights of the interventions, of the support of Suchi, and how is that collaboration going with the organizations on the ground, and the results from that?
Yes, thank you for the questions. But before I answer the question, I would like to say that it is important, and we are, so part of Tsuji, we are very grateful for a lot of organizations that we work with, and to provide help to the people to gather all the strengths from different organizations and bring the best help we can do to the people, either in climate change or in the conflicts. And I would like to share stories, and that's about, it happens in 2008, long time ago, but there was a cyclone called Nargis, and that was happening in Myanmar. And that was a time that the pedophile was all wiped out because the flood and the water and everything. So it was not pretty. But Tsuji volunteers went in there to do the immediate phase of a relief work. And we provided food and relief work. And then we go on from the mid stage to long-term stage to provide systems. And we get to the point that we would like them to restart their paddy field, to grow their rice. And when we start to look for the seeds to grow the rice, Master Zhen Yan, our founder, specifically saying that we have to find a good quality rice. It could be very expensive or more expensive, but that's the quality and that we need to provide them. And we need also search for the seeds that's a good match for the the soil and to the paddy field, so they can have a harvest, so they can continue their life. And we did that, and they start to grow their paddy fields. And we are really happy with that. And as part of CG, we never asked anything in returns, but they did something that was surprises. After they have a harvest, and they have a rice at home, and a big jar of rice at home, and every time they cook, they make sure the rice they want to cook for their families, and they measure it. Before they wash it, before they cook it, they reach out and grab a handful of rice and put the rice into another jar. Every day, every time before they cook it, they do that, the same thing. Do you know what the jar of rice for? It's not for them to eat, but they save the rice and they give it to the people that's in need in their village. That's one way that they want to repay Tzu Chi's help by helping their fellow villagers. And as what I learned in the past few days, they actually expand their help to the nearby villages by sharing the seeds, the good quality seeds they have been saving to other villagers, the poor farmers, and they kind of turn around and to share the good seeds, good quality seeds to others. And there was even a really incredible stories that because the seeds, they actually turn their families around. They have to pay. They had paid back the 30 years of debt they owned, and so right now they, as a farmer, they are actually helping out the people in the neighborhood, and that's really the ultimate goal that Tzu Chi wants to see. They are not only as a Mihar, I'm sorry, was just saying a disaster may be a turning point because they face a disaster, they suffer, but there's a chance that when we reach out and we stand together, we work together, and then to build better communities for themselves and for the other peoples. Thank you.
Awesome. It's so inspiring to hear these stories. And a question, Sarah. For example, I love how they received and they're also giving. Does this model, has it been shared in other places where Tzu Chi is working in to like keep on replicating this highlight that you mentioned, for example? So the paddy fields is in this specific region, but that, for example, is there something that similar to that can be replicated somewhere else within the local context?
Yes, actually in different country, different location, different district, they have a different situation. So when we go, when Tzu Chi volunteers go in there, they can be volunteers from different country, they will go in, or in the same country, they just visit, and they will do the assessment to see what really needs in the country or in the areas. Like for example, in South Africa, and we have Tzu Chi volunteers there, and they visit the underprivileged areas, and then there's a village called Zulu village. And there are some of the people who are actually in not really good conditions, and Tzu Chi volunteers went there and then to provide relief, provide food system, and we actually have a vocational school to set up to help them to obtain a job, and then they can maintain a good, a better quality for their families. And then after that, they decided that they want to help others as well. So in their countries, they actually built a garden called Da'ai, Great Love Vegetable Gardens. They cultivate, they grow the vegetables, and those vegetables are not for their own use, but to cook hot meals for the HIV-related orphans. So they will cook the meals every single day by using the vegetable they grows and by cooking the things that they have, and then to support the children. Well, very unfortunate, but they support their children and then bring them to school. And they did not stop there. They did not stop in their countries. Actually, South Africa's in the south. They go up to other countries, one country at a time, one country at a time. They share their models, they share their charity works, and they show them how they do it. And so in some of the countries, they actually receive the relief from Tzu Chi, and some of them set up their own vegetable gardens to feed their, to provide hot meal, to provide food for the needy person, for the children. So that's a one by one. They were inspired by the fellow African peoples, and then and there's one lady, she even says that since we have in different faith, we are Buddhist and they are in different faiths, but she was saying that because knowing Tzu Chi, because they being part of the Tzu Chi volunteers, she has a better understanding of her own belief, her own faith. So after hearing her sharing about this part, we are very grateful. We don't want to preach or change people's belief, but we want them to have a more strong mind side, and if they have abilities, and to reach out for others. Thank you.
So empowering basically themselves, trusting in what they feel, know, and act. Thank you so much for your question. Audience, how are we doing? Are we getting lots of ideas? So I'll also ask for the audience to be thinking of their highlight from what you just heard. And I'll ask the panel now, within your answers in your areas of work, what has been your, like, I don't want to say aha moment, but you're like, or catalytic. It's a bit catalítico in Spanish. Catalytic. A moment in the solutions that you found, and perhaps even what you were surprised in, or the highlight that you've heard from your fellow panelists, that you'll say, this is something that I'll include in my responses. We'll start with Michal. Yes? Yeah.
I'm very humble, thinking of the work that Tzu Chi are doing, and the fact that in every example I encountered so far, there is such a thorough thought about the community-led solution, and the beautiful ripple effect of the goodness that is being spread around. It just makes me smile. So I was very hopeful by hearing your story, Sarah. I think that the way, just to share something that is more related again to emergency response, because this is my business, but the way we are working together on the food, the logistic hub. So Israel are currently, we are responding in Ukraine, and together with Tzu Chi, we opened a logistic corridor to southeast Ukraine, serving food and medical items to the needed, to where it's needed in hospitals along the hotspots and so on. And this is where we started with the food, but also, even the pens that you are holding are from recycled materials, and from the same recycled materials, there were also clothes that were shipped through the same logistic corridor. It's beautiful to see again the nexus, how we can still think sustainable, think ecologically, and bring it into the type of response that we choose to bring in moments of dire need. So those are just examples to show that it's possible to have meaningful action, even if it's in immediate action. So.
And going into the response with Austin, perhaps, Michal, if you want to have the mic one more time. You had the connection here with Suchi, but you were talking about the corridor. What are the thoughts of children living in the condition? And then after, when you answer, Austin, if you'd like to please take the mic and then go on to your catalytic a highlight or and then making that connection with food and climate too.
It's a soft spot for me personally, and to say we also work on child protection and education within emergency contexts. And we connect everything together, the child protection and the education and the food security and the primary care all together, because life is everything and it's complex and holistic. And for that we need to provide a holistic approach, which is multi-sectorial, and approach different, the same problem but from different angles. And just to share about Ukraine, so we all know how hard the situation is, and currently this is the biggest refugee crisis since the Second World War. So over 7 million people have fled the country, and another 7.2 are interdisplaced within Ukraine. And because of the martial law, we could see the breakdown of the family unit, where men had to stay within the country and only the women and children could flee out of the country. So we at Israel currently work in multiple arenas, and we have a team working in Moldova with women and children. They're working on child protection and emotional and psychosocial support to women and children in those centers. Of course, together with UNICEF, we have Blue Dots, we call it, where we are having centers and providing that service. And we, again, it's all connected, working with Moldavian and Ukrainian and international organizations all together to have that fitted, tailored solution. And within Ukraine, when you are thinking about what kind of aid you are bringing in, you should ask people, what do you want? What is needed? We thought that rice, because it's the easiest, it's the go-to for emergencies, that's the best thing we can send in. And then we learned that people want and regularly consume buckwheat. They don't do rice, right? So this is a thorough learning that needs to be there as part of designing a program and intervention. And that was part of the rapid assessment that is ongoing all the time, while addressing the need, and through that designing that logistic corridor, the aid, the work, and connecting of course the children. So Austin said before beautifully, their future is dependent on our ability to mitigate it very quickly, right? Their nutrition, their education, the prospect for future is dependent on their ability to not miss another year of school, and to have proper meals, and to have that attention where it's needed. And it's a joint effort in this panel, I assume, so.
Joint effort, exactly. And as you mentioned before, Austin, too, malnutrition or stunting hampers the brain and the cognitive development. So imagine putting that issue along with trauma and actually not only it's future-proofing ourselves too, and starting with children, because it's I think it's harder for them as they soak in everything, feeling, environment. So touching on what you were mentioning as well, that support that we have, and how even what foods are necessary not only to feed you like with the nutrients that you need, but perhaps specific foods, culturally appropriate, but also the ones that might give you some sort of happiness too, right? And well, so Austin, if you'd like to follow, please, on that catalítico moments, and if we're talking about future, of course, we're talking about children, right? We say that. We are also the future, don't they? I think we're all part of it's a joint effort with multiple generations, future-proofing our future.
Right. So when you say the future, children absolutely are our future, right? And the world, even when it comes to climate change, the actions we are taking now has implications on the world we leave, to the children and their children. But in terms of, I wanted to echo Michal here and just say it is an honor to sit on this panel with Sarah and Michal from Israel Aid, because actually UNICEF has worked with both organizations. So Hurricane Dorian and in the Ukraine and surrounding countries, we've worked together. And similarly, Tsuji and UNICEF have partnered. UNICEF USA have partnered to support the child protection, social protection, health response in Ukraine. The blue dots that Michal mentioned, they're these. It's a model that was used the last time there was a refugee crisis in the region. They're joint UNHCR, UNICEF, so no logo, but just literally a blue dot, very clearly marked, and they're placed along the common routes of evacuation, so that the mothers and children who are fleeing the conflicts, they have a refuge, they have a place to go, the one-stop center that they can receive a wide variety of services, including child protection services to be registered across countries, and access to other mental health, psychosocial support services. And these are very important. And I think about the story that Sarah was sharing earlier, and similarly humbled and inspired about the spreading of goodwill and the empowerment and this movement for goodness and this kindness, right? And I think we need more of that in this world. But when it comes to, say, children fleeing conflicts, whether it's it's in Ukraine or it's in Horn of Africa, South Sudan, I think reaching children with these psychosocial mental health interventions is actually very important, right? So that we don't, the trauma of war is truly has lasting consequences, right? And I've seen, children, when you give them some coloring materials and paper, and they've been affected by the war, and they start to, the images they draw, they're ones of, they're images that children shouldn't be, drawing. But it's things that, they dream of, and clearly they've been affected by war. And so, we need as many models of positive, inspiration as possible. So that's one form of, I think, catalytic inspiration. Maybe not specific to food, but there you go. And then I think, when it regards to the climate crisis and food and our current topic, I think, we've made a pivot towards smarter climate resilient investments, particularly in water and sanitation. But for example, investing in a lot of kind of sustainable energy sources within the Horn of Africa region, working with the countries to identify sustainable sources of water in the future. Drilling and looking at groundwater and things like that, but also looking at climate resilient schools, right? In the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian, we did some work to and with partners to do some disaster risk reduction education around kind of how to respond and cope with disaster, and so that they're ready the next time another disaster kind of strikes. More and more we're moving towards these kind of disaster risk reduction and climate resilient strategies to not only respond to immediate needs, but to better prepare communities to respond and absorb, literally to be resilient to these shocks in the future.
I mute my mic on purpose. So we have full attention to the speakers. Thank you for your patience. I'd also like to jump in and say that we've also collaborated with UNICEF, with WAIC in Guatemala. And I mentioned a lot of UNICEF, and some of the audience here know. There's a course that UNICEF does, along with the World Health Organization, or in Spanish, OPS as well, Pan American side, on breastfeeding. And I mention a lot because they, in the course, they give out the a sample of a breast of how the techniques of best breastfeeding, handling, position, and understanding that perspective of the first food of life. And I also want to mention about we've been hearing in the geographical aspect. Since I'm from Guatemala, I kind of feel in the need to mention a bit of Latin America and what's happening in the disasters happening now with in Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, with the hurricanes. We've also there was I'm not sure if this is man-made, although there was an article that avocados can cause earthquakes. Yes. But there were 2 earthquakes, one in Taiwan, one in Mexico. And so we're all living in some sort of, yes, perhaps uncertainty. Perhaps we cannot prove ourselves 100% from that. But another exodus or migration is the Venezuelan migration as well, from the context that is happening there, and also how it's affecting, of course, families and children. And regarding faith, other parts in another country in Central America is also even banning different types of beliefs or religion. So it's just, what is happening, right? There are some things that we can control. There are other things that we cannot control. But Sarah, what from the Buddhist perspective, acknowledging, but you also have like a different approach. I think one that gives me peace. So how can we bring peace into all of this? And perhaps, I'm not sure if this is part of your answer and your catalytic highlight in all this, but perhaps before we move into the Q&A, maybe hearing your perspectives on that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. In Buddhist, we call, there's a term called karma. When we have the karma, that gives us the chance to go into a country, to go into an area that needs our help. And we always be very grateful. And our founder, Master Chen Ye, always remind us we need to be very grateful to that we are safe, we are in good conditions, that we can reach out to other peoples. And as Bibi was saying, that there was an earthquake in Taiwan yesterday. And actually, since I was kind of in a jet lag, so I woke up like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was like, okay, look at my line, look at the news. I was seeing so many messages saying that Taiwan was hit by an earthquake, and there was a lot of damages, including the hospital that Tzu Ji owns, and I was kind of crying at that time. But I'm also very grateful that at that time, since it was happening in the afternoon, so people are awake. So they are kind of alert, so they can escape. So there was, it was unfortunate, but there was only one person that passed away, but there were some casualties. But we can see the people around the island. They motivate. They want to help. They reach out. Like my colleague, they just drove like 2-3 hours to an elementary school that was just very badly damaged. So they help out to clean, to do some work to help the school to maybe restart soon. And so the karma actually bring us to not only in Taiwan, but to many of other countries, like in Mozambique. I was in Mozambique a couple years ago. 3-4 years ago, because the hurricanes. The hurricane just basically wipe out that part of our countries. And since we have the volunteers in the capital of the Mozambique, so they travel up to the most hit area. They even relocate themselves. They move to the area, and they want to help their fellow Mozambicans. And right now, we are actually building the schools. And so we always mention that education is very important. And there was that when the time I was there was a translator because they speak Portuguese. So there was an English teacher that we invited to join us to assessment, to do the assessment, to see if there's a possible that we rebuild the schools for them. And the English teacher was sharing me that if without education, the children might not be able to learn Portuguese. Even they were born in the country, the main language is the Portuguese, but without the education, they only speak local dialogue. There was one time, since we have to do all the translations from Chinese to English to Portuguese to dialogue 1, dialogue 2, dialogue 3, there was a whole bunch of translations. But the most important part is if there is the children is lacking of education, they basically limit themselves. They only can stay in their own village because they cannot go out even to the next villages. So right now we are building the schools, and we are building a school that's resistant, how to pronounce the word, and to have, if the disaster happens again, or the climate change, the water hit again, there is a place for them, for the village to take shelter in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll open the floor for the audience for your questions. So please raise your hand. What questions have you been thinking? What are your thoughts, or something that is just desperate that you need to say?
While the audience ponders, I have a question on my side. I'd love to hear, especially from Michal and Austin, recognizing like how interconnected all of these issues are, right? We've talked about conflict, we've talked about food crisis, and how like these climate, everything's kind of like interchangeably affecting each other. It seems like peace seems to be this underlying narrative of like, if we don't have peace, it's hard to hold these other spaces to be stable. And so I've heard Sarah reflect a little bit about how we build peace from a Tzu Chi perspective. Would love to hear from both of you as well, some of the efforts that we're doing in our work as we do this work. How are we able to instill peace in the very communities that we're working with, and then also beyond?
Very good questions.
Great question. So, of course, conflict has driven, and exacerbated the vulnerability on all these factors, and for multiple regions. I think when it comes to peace, for Ukraine, for example, UNICEF has advocated for ceasing of hostilities, but also that children should be protected, right? There should be the avoidance of targeting of places like hospitals and schools, places where children tend to be or to congregate. And so, of course, certainly it starts with advocating for peace. As anytime there's a war, it really is the children who are the most affected, right? And they are, they had nothing to do with the cause of the war, right? And yet they're the one who really suffer the largest consequences. And then the second point I'd share, which Michal made earlier as well, is that we also advocate for humanitarian access. We've advocated for humanitarian access in Ukraine, we're very lucky. We often are able to work with, because of our humanitarian mission, we're able to kind of maintain access to very difficult to reach places. But it's important so that we can continue to reach the hardest areas to reach with critical supplies and critical services.
I agree, and I can add that we see conflict arise from the inability to share resources and the inequalities, and those are the things that we are tackling in our daily work, and dialogue within the community, and the ability to understand and map the assets and the strengths that are there in order to mitigate these kind of gaps. This is our ongoing job, and we are committed to that. So by that, we are hoping to contribute to peace and to stabilization. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Audience, please, a question.
Hi, I'm not sure if any of you have an answer for this one, but I'm curious if technology increases in developed nations has made your jobs easier when you are having to respond to crises. So things like AI or just, supply chain, is obviously impacting us here. How does that impact your job with those technology advancements?
Technology? Who wants to take it? I could mention something before you guys think. I know that the World Food Program has applied blockchain technology through your eyes. So I not 100%, but I think in a refugee camp, people were waiting in line to get food, and how as they don't have papers, right, or any identification, they could be just like scanning their eyes, and by then knowing, all right, this is what I'm having today. This is the person who's getting this, and a bit of that. We're working as well with platform for children to using like shared information for in a more technological way, how we can share best practices around the world, replicating them into the virtual space for it to be replicated into the physical one, mainly with children, and hopefully educators, policymakers as well. But what about you guys?
I think technology could be great, and we've got great examples where we are, progressing, and we are bringing into scenarios some very easygoing, solutions. So for supply chain, we've got great platform that allows us to automate the supply chain, which is incredible, and monitor deep freeze and sensors that we've got for medications and so on. Also, today, when a refugee, for example, crosses a border, they can scan with their app and get access to multiple resources and information that in the past it was much harder to get. But having said that, I just want to stress that technology, it's not a magic solution, and we need to be aware of the ability of one to use it and the cultural aspects of it and how appropriate it is to bring in a technology and to respect just the local context in that aspect as well. We have cases that are going to both ways. So I could see, for example, in Cycle Idai in Mozambique and Zimbabwe, where after the cyclone, people moved to first generation to third generation. They just had this technological limp, and they progressed much faster in everything that relates to fintech and other services that allowed them to get access to services that they didn't even dream of before. But on the other hand, we can see that we were working not long ago with women who were evacuated from Afghanistan and brought to safe haven in Europe before relocating, and we were offering them a bot that they can text to in asking questions about reproductive health and issues like that. And we thought it was great because it's anonymous and they can ask the bot and get the services. But for that group and having focus group and asking the questions, we realized that this is not an appropriate solution. They didn't perceive it as something that is respectful or mitigating their gaps, for example. So just to give a few scenarios where we don't have one solution that fits all.
It's definitely, we need to tailor-made the solutions appropriately.
When it comes to technology, we have to use every tool available at our disposal, right? And I think it can be a double-edged sword. Definitely has benefits, but it also has some drawbacks as well. So health is a really clear example for us in terms of how we digitize health, have better data, supply chain optimization. But one very stark example is when it comes to vaccines. So you might not know this, but UNICEF is the largest procurer of vaccines in the world for the routine childhood disease immunizations that we, in the US at least, that we all get. But during the COVID-19 pandemic, right, social media made the spreading of misinformation, there's the catalyze word, right? Social media catalyzed the spread of misinformation. And so UNICEF, along with partners, you actually use the same platform, social media, but also a wide variety of other strategies and platforms in order to kind of share the right information, share through trusted messengers. So that's one way we can kind of, take, you have to kind of drown out the voices that are not sharing the sort of right information. So that's one way that we've certainly used technology. But it's, in the 21st century, it's incorporated into many, many aspects of the way of our work.
Yes, actually I agree for both of them that the technology is important, but not just, it depends on the case, depends on the words that we don't, depends on the areas, especially like Israel, they, in their logistic hub, they use the QR code to track all the shipment. And maybe it's reach the point A, point B, or to a destination. So it maybe QR code is the simple technology, but it's working and it's able to track all the shipments. So it depends on, really depends on the projects, and especially sometimes if the internet connection is working, then we can set up all the online courses for young children or for parents to learn a language, to learn some of the skills. So it depends on the situations. Like in terms, like in Tzu Chi, we actually like the pen that you have on hand, or maybe a blanket that we actually use plastic bottles. Like the suit I'm wearing right now, it's actually made by plastic bottles.
Wow.
Including my jacket, my shirts, my skirts. Oh, not my shoes though. And so it's kind of like technology. We want to protect the earth since the climate change is really worsen right now. So we try to recycle as many as possible and to separate things. And especially, we want to reduce our desires of purchasing or wasting food. When I go out and I really want to buy a cup of coffee or like bubble teas, if you know, like it's big drinks, sweet drinks. And I told myself, do I have my own cup with me? If no, then there's no coffee, no tea today. So I try my best in my daily life to be a responsible person to the earth, and then to be. I also want to inspire more people. So it can be local, it can be technologies, but we also use social media as well. They mentioned to share with other people like what we can do to either reach out people or help people. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question here at the back. I'll take it. There's a microphone. Awesome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon. Thank you for a fascinating panel. My name is Beth Blissman. I serve as a United Nations representative for the Loreto community, and I'm grateful to get to work with Steve, one of your UN reps, on a regular basis. So my question has to do with lots of things are happening today. It's Climate Week. There are lots of, future-oriented things happening here. And instead of future-proofing, I'm thinking in terms of future shaping. Just yesterday at this very gathering, we had Indigenous voices. And so I'm curious, like one of the highlights for me was all of you have mentioned at various points, not so much having top-down imposition of solutions, but asking people at the grassroots, right, what is needed. And I'm curious to the degree to which Indigenous voices have been welcomed or included in that, because as we know in many parts of the world, people who know the bioregion, who know the species of plant life, of animal life, have lived in harmony with those other species of life for hundreds, sometimes even hundreds of years, sometimes even millennia. Things like in terms of when a flood comes and water is salinated, there are certain trees we know, like the moringa tree, where if you crush the seeds, it can help purify water. UN talk might be nature-based solutions, right? We have to make UN talk for everything. But I'm just curious about your work and your collaborations with Indigenous peoples and possibilities there, and how we can all work together. And another highlight has been working together across lines of race, class, religion, gender. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, Beth. And I'm just remembering the session from yesterday. It was very, very moving.
It's a great question, and I think it allows me to say first that our job as the international organizations is merely to put the spotlight on the community. We are there to support and facilitate the discourse. And part of that support is also to understand what are the assets that exist already in the community. When you're coming to a community, usually, specifically in the context of emergency, we are looking at what is missing. The other way we would like to convey and adopt is the way of what is already existed. Because if you want it to be sustainable, you cannot address people as they're lacking. They need to feel that they can sustain, as you said. So in that aspect, we want to ask what they already have got. And as part of that, that's the knowledge and know-how they've got in their communities. So the institutions within the community and the knowledge within the community, that could be the hierarchy, that could be the history, that could be the local context of politics, whatever. The ecosystem is there, and we cannot learn it from outside. So we have to lean on the knowledge of the ecosystem. And I have a great example for this one, also related to a hurricane, but now Hurricane Maria in September 2017. We arrived to Dominica. It's a tiny island in Southeast Caribbean. And there is an indigenous community called the Kalinago. And during the hurricane, the entire island got demolished and all the houses got flat. There were not enough materials to build the houses and to rebuild. And a small group from the Kalinago went back to what they call the bush, and they resumed the construction through traditional technologies and materials. And it was a privilege to be there and observe and document the way that they are building from, not only from natural materials, not using concrete, but also building through a methodology, a method that helps them to sustain even through tropical storms. So sometimes the advance and building in the modern life doesn't even take into consideration a knowledge that was already in the community, but not in use for a long time. And through that study, together with UNICEF, we redesigned schools that are not only climate resistant in terms of hurricanes, floods, and so on, but also that they were designed according to the local and traditional materials and structures and so on. So this is a learning and, again, great privilege for external person who's coming to assist, to be able to facilitate and to support and to bring in the right resources for them to shine. So, yeah.
Thank you. Before you answer, I just want to draw, since you mentioned also the hand, Beth, you mentioned shaping, and you remember like this, and then we can shape different forms, our hand. And I just want to draw your attention here to our background. The audience, yes, can you see it? Can you zoom in? You have the hands here holding the globe. And because of the perspective, we're holding it, right? And we're shaping it. We're, in a way, caring for it. We're somehow avoiding any disaster happening here. So just also understanding the patterns that we see that perhaps aren't that obvious, but it's here. So also know that you answer. and then we go with Sarah, and then we have our closing remarks.
Thank you for pointing out the hands so beautifully. I think it really shows we need every voice, right, and every hand. And from an equity perspective, I think we must emphasize the voice of youth and the most vulnerable, right, as agents for their own development, but as agents of change. I'll start by sharing that. So UNICEF. In our country offices, 80% of our staff are actually national staff, so from within the country as opposed to international. And in Jordan, for example, since 2018, we actually have discontinued working with international NGOs, and our partners are entirely national, so nonprofits from within Jordan. And even in Zatari camp, the largest camp for Syrian refugees, we were operating these centers, community centers called Mekani centers, and now these days those centers are run entirely by essentially staff who are Syrian refugees themselves. So and they're teaching in the classrooms, and so it's another form of sort of empowerment. But when it comes to the indigenous voice and representation specifically, I think one example I can highlight is here in the United States. Actually, UNICEF USA during the COVID-19 pandemic worked with the Johns Hopkins University to distribute some books, some children's books that were created by and for indigenous communities here in the United States to encourage, kind of social behavior change in terms of hand washing and social distancing and things like that, and very important work to support our Native American communities here. And in every context in which we work, I think it is very important that we are involving voices. And we have multiple platforms to do so, but also particularly for UNICEF to really feature the voice of youth. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. And last thoughts on this question, briefly, and then we'll finish with our closing remarks with Steve.
Yes. As a part of Tzu Chi, we actually see everyone as equal. So we don't distinguish people. We see everyone as equal. When people are in need, we provide the help, and we will do assessment to see what's they need the most. If they are they need a church, then we will do the assessment and we'll rebuild the church. They need a school, then we will need a school. They need food, then we will provide the food. So it all depends on the needs. And for example, in 2009, there was a big typhoon in Taiwan. It basically damaged the southern Taiwan, and most of the villages there are indigenous people's villages. So we actually step in. We see them as the people in need. So we rebuild their school, we rebuild their homes, and we talk to the government, we talk to their village head, we talk to the pastors. So we try our best to meet their needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, super esteemed panel. It was a wonderful, wonderful conversation. I hope you had a wonderful time sustaining the earth and shaping it and future-proofing, or whichever word you prefer to describe this session. There is a beautiful map that represents indigenous communities around the world. I don't know if you've seen it. I believe it's called nativeland.ca. It's everywhere in the world there are indigenous communities. Those are the locals, and the land where we are. I invite you to really understand where you're standing, where you're living, who you're living with, the environment that you are living within, and as we come back to what we said at the beginning, it's about learning, it's about that education, how we understand it, move forward. And from our different types of our body, we can elevate our thoughts, our voices, the actions, our resilience. So I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. So Steve, here you go.
Thanks so much, Bibi, and thanks to our wonderful panel for really shedding light on the ways that we can really create better food systems simply through these very intentional and well thought out practices, and how we work across these different sectors and strategies to ensure that the future food systems we're building are in alignment with the visions of the communities that we are co-creating and co-designing with. I think with this, we're going to close out this session and invite you all to join us once again here online or in person at 6:30 p.m. as we continue this conversation of how we bring the local back to the global with our program, Local Solutions from Your Home. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Emily, can you hear me? Hi, Emily.
Hi, Emily. Can you hear us? Okay, I saw your sound, the signal, but I still cannot hear you. Just wait me 1 second, okay? Could you keep talking? Thank you. Emily, can you hear us? All right. Yeah, I got some problem to fix the sound. Okay, just 1 second. Second. Hi, Emily. Would you say again, please?
Can you hear me?
Would you say again, please?
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Would you want me to get back to you right now, or would you want me to?
Does my sound good? Everything coming through?
Yeah.
Ready for a great session?
Can he hear?
Is this loud enough?
Hi, Emily.
Hi, is this volume good?
I think we keep talking and we'll keep rolling.
Hey, Emily, it's Beth from Committee of Religious NGOs. How are you tonight?
I got something wrong. Beth, should I text you the bios or what's best?
Email them to me because I'm on my iPad. Yeah.
Emily.
Yeah. Yes. That's good because the Emily's here. His name is the only name that really appears on the internet.
That's wild. Okay, so there's Emily's. Let me give you Modu's.
Yes, that would be great.
And then, oh my god, this is on me.
That's okay. We'll do it. Actually, I'm going to run to the restroom.
Okay, so Emily's going to be a panelist. Virtually. What is she talking about again? Did you just have to tell me? No. No, we're just asking her questions, right? You have the two rundown questions? Do we not? How closely are we sticking to the rundown? Rafa, on a scale of 1 to 2, how cute is this? Let's go! I love it!
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Is this a good volume? Is this loud enough?
Emily, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, Emily. Emily, can you hear me?
Emily.
Emily, can you hear me now? Nice. Okay, perfect. We're rolling. We're gonna give it a couple more minutes, I believe another 3, and then we should be good to go. Yes, Beth? All right, love it. So this will be your, or I'll start. So I'll keep the mic. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Are we live? welcome to the space. So Beth will be our moderator, and we're really just exploring the different ways that individuals can create global impact. I know you spoke, you have like a lot of different solutions around sustainability, so that's all part of your thoughts on that. I might invite Beth later. On the You ready? All right, beautiful. So masks, feel free to remove them or put them on based on your comfort level, and we'll run it. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. Oh, wait, I didn't take off my mask. Okay, here we go. Where we are exploring global solutions from your home here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. I'm delighted to now introduce Beth Blissman from the Loretto community to introduce this illustrious panel of speakers who will be exploring with us through this very cute tea party all the different ways that we as individuals can create global impact from our very doorstep.
Thank you so much, Steve. Grateful to be here this evening with all of you. Thank you for those who came in person. And thanks to everyone tuning in to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit from your homes all around the world, whether it's evening, morning, or afternoon. As Steve said, my name is Beth Blissman. I have the pleasure of serving as the United Nations representative for the US-based Loretto community. We're a community originally of Catholic sisters, but we are currently now sisters and lay people and people of all different faiths and a few people of no faith in particular. But we have some common values that hold us together, and sustainability is definitely one of those values. Tonight we have an illustrious panel, a very wonderful and large panel for you this evening as we explore global solutions from your home. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I certainly feel like we've been through about a decade in the past 3 years. With the pandemic and all, we've learned to do everything from our homes. It's simply amazing. So why not be working for sustainability, global environmental sustainability with our everyday actions, right? We can keep Earth in mind as well as other humans, be looking at climate justice with the actions that we take on a daily basis. So that's what this evening's about. We're going to explore that in many different ways. And I'm going to introduce each of our panelists right before they speak, I think will be the best way to do that. And one of our panelists, Emily, is virtual. Go ahead and wave, Emily, so we know you're there, from Chicago. So we're deeply grateful to have folks both in person and virtual. And then hopefully at the end we'll have some time for Q&A as well. That's our goal. So we are going to start with Dr. Alex Tan, who is connected with Tzu Chi, our hosts for this week. Dr. Alex is an assistant professor at Tzu Chi University in the city of Hualien, Taiwan. His research interests include building ventilation, thermal comfort analysis, as well as environmental education and sustainable practices. With several years of teaching experience in sustainable development and environmental protection, we were talking at dinner about the things that helped us keep our sanity and what we did during the pandemic, and he appreciated the time to get caught up on his reading, like a good assistant professor. So, Alex is also co-author of several scientific publications and serves as a reviewer on a number of journals. Incorporating awareness and attitude into behavior, he has been vegetarian for many years, as well as an active volunteer in areas of charity care, disaster relief, youth development, and environmental movements. So to kick us off this evening, over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Beth. Yes, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Yes, and yes, it's a challenge to actually read the PPT, but we try. Yes, okay. Thank you. So today we'll be I'll be sharing what the City Foundation have been doing about the global solution from your home regarding the sustainability and environmental protection. Next slide, please. Yes. So although the environmental protection, the mission by City Foundation occurred more than 30 years ago, we actually reached a certain milestone back in 2015 when we attended the COP21 in Paris. So the founder of the City Foundation, Master Chen Yan, felt that we have a common understanding there's a need to go sustainable, but the common understanding alone is insufficient. There is a pressing need for mutual consensus and unified action. So we decided to actually emphasize on the unified action. We need to reduce our material needs, practice self-love, and cultivate a love for others and the environment. So we have a very strong emphasis on the action that each and everyone can do on environmental protection. Next slide. Yes. So we have a series of environmental friendly behavior that we actually emphasize and promote as among volunteers in City Foundation. In four important areas of clothing, resident, food, and transportation. Next, please. Yes, we can see that we don't encourage actually we don't encourage buying new clothes. Yes, but if there is a need, we actually encourage to go eco-friendly. We can take a look down at the ground floor of this building, that the clothing, the blankets, the shoes, the bags are all made from eco-friendly material, which we recycle them from PET bottles. Yes, so we have the technology that we can convert the waste PET bottles into strips and actually turn them back into fabric and then into clothing. So they are eco-friendly, so we promote that if there's a need for new clothing, you can go eco-friendly. Next. Yes, and food. And as you mentioned, we emphasize and promote vegetarian. Not so much of a relief-based, faith-based, but more of an environmental protection. So we actually encourage the usage of environmental friendly utensils, the bowls, the chopsticks, the cups, and everything. We don't emphasize the use of disposable utensils. And that the last picture at the bottom is the cooperative that we founded in our university. That we actually, in going green, there's a need to reduce the amount of carbon footprint during production and transportation. So we have a cooperative where the food are actually all grown locally and consumed locally. Next. Yes, in residence, we encourage the use of saving water, saving electricity, and then doing recycling of all materials that can be recycled. Next. Oops. Transportation. Yes, we have encouragement that if actually you're going up 3 flights of stairs or going down, we actually use stairs instead of the lift. Yeah. So there's a movement that within the City Foundation, there's a good practice and a form of exercise. Then we go for carpooling as well. Well, next. Well, so that was the 4 main areas of environmental friendly behavior that we tried among volunteers in the City Foundation. So back in our university, how to get the youth to actually take up this environmental friendly behavior. So we did some research. So we did coming from the theory of planned behavior, it's a behavioral science, that we try to find out the factors that actually influence youth in taking up environmental friendly behavior. Next. Well, we found that environmental friendly behavior is predominantly a moral issue. Next, please. Yeah, so we can see that morality actually have a very strong emphasis, on environmental friendly behavior. We can see that the numbers are the influencing amount. So from 0 to 1, the greater the number, the stronger the influence. You can see the attitude. It doesn't have a very strong effect. In Taiwan undergrads, they knew environmental knowledge, environmental awareness, environmental attitude. They have a very strong, they know about that. It just doesn't convert into action. Yes, so attitude doesn't have a very strong influence. Subjective norm, the peer pressure doesn't have a very strong presence as well. environmental protection is predominantly a personal thing. Whether you save your water, you recycle, it's a very personal thing, and peer pressure doesn't have a very strong effect. Well, we found out that. And then perceived behavior control. You can see that it's a moral issue and it's a strongest factor, influencing factor. Why? It seems that the youth in Taiwan or in a university, they know that they need to do that action, but they are just not confident. They feel that they can't do it, it's too tough. They feel that they are not able to do it, so they are perceived that it can be done. So we try to actually go about a program to actually change that perceived. Okay, next. So we have a program, an educational program. They have a lesson, we have assignment. Come next, please. Yes, so we have classes that share with them the importance of vegetarian, the disaster relief, and we have real-life case about the cyclone Idai in Mozambique a few years ago. We're sharing with them. Well, due to global warming, we have cyclone in the Africa, and there's disaster, and how City Foundation go and help them. But the main point is who is causing that? The world carbon footprint is about per capita about 5 metric tons per person. Well, in Mozambique, it's only 0.3. So there you are. You are the one consuming. You are the one spending. You are the one, and they are the one suffering. You touch on the moral issue to the student. Yeah. Next, then we bring them to the recycling center to let them see that the amount of recyclables that everybody generate and the amount that no matter how much you sort them out daily, they keep coming. You let them understand that your own action, you just need to cut down on the consumption of PET bottles. You can have a effect on the carbon footprint. You let them see the amount of waste that we generate every day. So that come back to the morality, come back to the perceived behavior control to let them know that they can do it themselves. So next. And finally, I give them an assignment. You have a 1 month to document your weekly environmental friendly behavior. So you let them practice it themselves and realize that it is not that tough. So they practice it. They bring their own environmental friendly utensils. They go vegetarian. They take the stairs. They use their own water bottles and everything. So next, so after a month, we give them, I did a survey with them. So the survey finding before that 1 month and after that 1 month, over the whole program. So the survey is a 5-point Likert scale. So we can see that the experimental group, the pre-test and post-test, there's a significant improvement in their environmental behavior. Yeah, next. Well, we can see that I asked them about the 10 pro-environmental behavior. So we can see that the red asterisks are the statistically significant. So they actually improve, they cut down on bottles, beverages. Well, bring them to the recycling center does help. Yeah, we ask they don't waste food, they cut down on unused lights and everything. So the few that is not significant is because they are already practicing it, the environmental friendly behavior. So there wasn't much improvement. So in the end, we found that by getting to understand the factor behind influencing them to take up the environmental behavior, it actually helped to get a program that actually tune into what they are thinking and nudge them towards a better, more environmental friendly behavior. Next. Yeah. So in summary, yeah, we do find that all beings should live together without infringing on one another, so that nature will be in harmony. You just give them the confidence that it can be done, and then guide them along, and we can get some promising results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, you can clap, please. That's worth celebrating and clapping for. And in harmony with nature, yes, that's true. It is useless to be anxious and fearful. Or in some cases, I find many of the students I work with at the community college where I teach are also guilty. And guilt, I think, is truly one of the most useless human emotions because you really can't do much about it. Although I'm from a Catholic tradition, so we kind of, revel and sometimes wallow in our guilt. So getting rid of the guilt and moving that into action is key. And what a great idea, Alex. I'm so grateful you're working with these students to show them that it can be easy, it can be joyful, it can be fun. I don't know if any of you work with Eco Bricks. Does anyone here keep Eco Bricks? Anyone in the room? It's a wonderful practice that came out, I think, either out of the Philippines or Central America, of taking plastic bottles, of which there are many, and then all the plastic that you use, you simply mush it with a really good screwdriver or something down into the plastic bottle, and then you can build things with them. Haven't built things yet, but I have a collection of Eco Bricks going, which is very exciting. Yes, but the students, I think, and that's just a perfect age, too, to get folks interested in these things and interested in the joy of taking action. So our next panelist on the end is my newest friend and fellow certified permaculturist, Reverend Dallas Conyers. Dallas is a community health activist, and her work is centered on helping people be able to live out their creation purpose with a healthy body in a healthy environment. She leads intersectional conversations, workshops, and panels on topics that include the intersection of health, faith, environment, justice, climate equity, and racism. She works as the Senior Projects and JEDI Manager. And for those of you who don't know the JEDI acronym, it is Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Yes, and I love that because it's very Star Wars. She's the JEDI Manager for the Southeast Climate and Energy Network, International Liaison for the United States Climate Action Network, USCAN, collaborator for the Black Church Green Movement, and board member of Climate Advocacy Lab and USCAN. Dallas is also a certified beekeeper, permaculture designer, sustainable agriculturist, yoga instructor, and licensed nurseryman, or nursery woman, or nursery person. Exactly. So over to you, Dallas.
Thank you, Beth. My bio sounds a little bit obnoxious, but I'm just a person who wants breathable air in 10 years, and I'm working really, really hard on making that happen, right? So I'm just like picking up all the things, and if push comes to shove, I run out to a farm somewhere and grow my own food and store my own food and eat my own food. So that's the plan in that. And it's a lot of fun. Learning how to take care of yourself and realizing that real care of yourself results in care of the earth. So I wanted to give you a couple of more specifics. Alex touched briefly on a lot of the topics, and I'm just going to give you a little bit more specifics of what you can do as consumers. Because if you're like me, you can't afford a Tesla yet, right? You can't afford solar panels yet. You know, a lot of the things that are suggested to us to save the world are just like wildly expensive, and you feel kind of like, I have no place in this. I'm just like a person, and everybody keeps telling me I live in America and I'm doing horrible things to the world, but nobody's telling me how I can help. So I have a few things that I think might be able to say, you know, do these things and you're helping, like just off the bat. So if you want to break out your phone or take some notes, I'm going to come with you some concrete solutions. The first one of which, as a consumer, buy nothing with palm oil. This will be massive because most of the processed products that you find have palm oil. If we all stop buying palm oil, we would stop the degradation, the absolute wiping out of several rainforests on the earth. There are about 7 major rainforests on the earth, and about 4 of them are being wiped out for palm oil production alone because they employ slash and burn. So start reading your ingredients. It's super helpful. Also, avoid packaged foods in general. Packaged foods generally have high costs that we don't think about that have nothing to do with money. For example, buying a hamburger patty versus ground beef, right? So we'll get to meat in a minute because I know y'all are hearing the things about the meat. But a hamburger patty versus ground beef, a hamburger patty can use up to 1,000 gallons. One hamburger patty can use up to 1,000 gallons of fresh water in its production. Because if you think about it from the start, from its sourcing, its transportation, its cooling systems for its mechanisms, and then its processing, all of that requires fresh water. They don't use salinated water. They don't use reclaimed water. They use fresh water as whole communities and cities, even in America, are going dry. So preparing your own food from scratch, buying fresh vegetables instead of processed canned vegetables. What are canned vegetables usually sitting in? A water solution. buying and cutting up and meal prepping your own food instead of buying those prepackaged things that are covered in plastic. What do we need to stop using? Plastic, especially that single-use kind that's literally only going home with you and being thrown out and never used again. Is all plastic evil? Not necessarily. Our medicines are coated in a certain amount of plastic, right? They use kind of different types of plastic. So I'm not saying all the things that we use are evil. I'm saying we need to start picking and choosing what we need versus what we can let go of. I personally love the convenience of Ziploc bags. How many of you knew that there are reusable Ziploc bags now? Yeah, right? So let's purchase those instead and actually reuse them. We also have travel wear. I travel a lot for work. One of my organizations gifted me a set of reusable travel wear, and it's super cute, and I feel super like cool when I pull them out, and they come in this little pouch, and I roll them out almost like the fancy chopsticks. So those and show up at the restaurants. Also, if you're a business-minded person and you're looking for that next idea, into that, about 60% of food never leaves the fields. So we're wasting a lot of food as the world starves. A lot of the world is starving. It makes no sense. So if you're buying food and you're not using food, go ahead and either start a composting business, because you can do that in cities. It's very popular. You'll see models like it all over places like Asheville, one of my favorite cities in the South. And they come and they pick up your scraps and they break it down and then they sell it back to you and they sell it back to companies as compost. Or you could start your own little compost bucket if you have a plant or something in your own home. If you don't like composting, but you find yourself about to be on the losing end of my vegetables are about to rot, take up fermenting. Fermenting is literally taking your vegetables and stuffing them in an anaerobic, meaning oxygen-less container, and it lasts forever. And it actually, the whole fermenting process actually boosts the access to nutrients in that food that your body can actually absorb. So it's healthier, better food, and this has been a food storage solution for thousands of years now. So there's so many things we could do just with food, just by thinking about I have options other than just throwing it away. It can actually replenish the earth, which is what all organic matter is supposed to do. Also, if you have any kind of parcel of land, whether it's a backyard or a front yard, don't use pesticides on it. Pesticides is like destroying everything, especially anything with the word glyphosate in it. Glyphosate. Glyphosate bonds to water. It literally never goes away. It doesn't evaporate out. It doesn't separate out. It's just there and it builds up. So if you have a patch of grass, whether it's 2.5 feet or 100 feet, and somebody else comes out and does it for you, ask them what they're using and then tell them, I only stand up for this and you can only use this. Your power as a consumer should drive what professionals and service members are providing for you. And then also, in addition to palm oil, think about the sourcing of your almonds. Almonds are another high water consuming food that we eat, and we don't think about it. And it also ties into our pollinator family because they ship these bees around. They ship them mostly to California, but they're spraying these pesticides and the bees are dying at alarming rates. So they're not only the almond production system contributing to pollinator loss, our honeybee loss, it's also wasting a lot of water. I'm vegan. I like my almond milk, but I do have to remember that what I eat and what I consume has a direct impact. So scale back. There's also cashew milk. There's good old-fashioned soy milk. There's a lot of different milks out there. There's even oat milk. I like oat milk. So think about that. And then alternatives to plastic. I know I'm a little bit over the place, but that's because I wasn't looking at my notes. In terms of plastic replacements, in addition to reusable Ziploc bags, you have wax paper going old-fashioned. You have good old-fashioned aluminum foil, not too much, using it in the right places. Reuse the aluminum foil. My aluminum foil gets reused into that sucker. It's black and crunchy. Like it. I use that thing all the time, right? And then I recycle it, right? And let's talk about recycling real quick. Did you know that less than 9% of the trash in the U.S. is actually recycled? So you want to get involved, help boost up, and I'll let them talk about how you can get into advocacy. Encourage your governing officials at the city, local. I don't even know how you would do this, but tell them, if I'm taking the time to recycle, you impress upon these people that you're contracting to actually recycle my materials instead of just dumping it in a landfill when they don't feel like it anymore, because that's what they're doing. And the last thing I'll talk about is, oh, I lied, last two things, clothing. Keep what you have. Nobody's saying throw out what you already got, right? But try to buy things that will last longer. A lot of us use a lot of synthetic materials. The processes in making those synthetic materials are disastrously harmful for the earth. So go back to the linens and the wools and the cottons, because even though they're a little bit more expensive, they also do you the double favor of lasting a lot longer. I personally have clothes. I'm not going to tell you how long ago this was, but I have clothes. I'll say it. Over 20 years old, right? And some of them, they look really good. And people go, where'd you get them? I'm like, you can't buy this anymore. It's lasted that long. But some of my really cute stuff that I bought as a one-off, they last, 2-3 wearings and they're useless? So go with the good quality clothing, invest that money one time instead of going shopping every season. And then when you do eat meat, just be aware of certain things as you eat it. Cattle farms are also produced by slash and burn, so they are also being used to destroy the rainforests. And they're also releasing methane that actually overcompetes with all of the world's transportation. So that includes airplanes, cars, trucks, buses, everything. Our food production, I am not against humans eating meat. I am against the way humans produce the meat that we eat, right? So you can buy your way into ethical meat production. So look for grass-fed, but look for free range, right? If you must eat beef, but also take down the beef pieing so that they take down the beef production. And when you think about chicken, think about those wholesale chicken farms. They're literally creating dead zones the size of New Jersey off our coasts because of the nitrogen runoff that's going in. So when you're eating chicken, even though it might be cleaner for us and it seems safer, there are monumental ecological impacts. And even fish, I know I'm killing a lot of you, but even fish, the fishing nets are actually the highest source of plastic pollution in the oceans. I know we all look at the water bottle pictures, but they are using nets that are large enough to scoop up the Taj Mahal. Some of those nets are so large that they scrape the bottoms of the ocean floors. And what that does is it destabilizes the ocean ecosystem, especially coral and all those other little, and planktons and all those other little things that we rely on, and we don't realize how important they are until they die out, and we have massive ocean acidification as a result. So fish, chicken, beef, honestly, if you can go vegan multiple times a week, we would be a lot better off, because America is responsible for, we would have to reduce our meat eating by 90% to get in line with with meeting our greenhouse gas goals. So I'll say it that way. We would have to reduce our meat eating by 90%. So think about it. Thank you.
It's a great way to end. Thank you, Reverend Dallas. And thank you also for mentioning several key aspects. One, I don't know about the rest of you, but I need to learn a lot more about our oceans. It's under, talk about a lot of our planet that we depend on. We are all made up of over 60% water. And I don't know about any of the rest of you. I wasn't raised to learn very much about our oceans. And fashion, when is Fashion Week in New York? Is it this week? It was last week. Okay. Oh, I missed Fashion Week. Whoops. Oh, well, everyone who knows me won't be surprised about that. But seriously, though, there is sustainable fashion. It's a thing now. It's amazing. One of my activist friends, this explains why she was in town last week, not this week, is Runa Ray. Do any of you know Runa Ray? Excellent. She's out of the Bay Area. runaray.com, RUNARAY.com. She's an amazing sustainable designer. So that is something to pay attention to, which is very cool. And then finally, palm oil. Thank you for mentioning the palm oil challenge and situation, because it's in so many things. Although I do just have to give a shout out to a relative of mine, Chrissy Kinsman, who has an amazing pie shop on Martha's Vineyard called Pie Chicks. Great name, but she literally has a manifesto for her business, researched the whole palm oil issue, and is buying into a sustainable palm oil co-op in Brazil that was created to stop the destruction of the rainforest. So the good news is there are these wonderful businesses. Now I work in nonprofit, faith-based, I worked in higher ed. I kind of have a bias against business, but there are people who run small businesses who are doing ethical things right and left, researching things for years so that they're doing the right thing. And I tell you, they are the best pies I have ever had in my entire life. So if y'all want the scoop about Pie Chicks, talk to me after. Besides, they're in Martha's Vineyard, and they just got a bunch of folks who were flown in by the governor of Florida to their doorstep on Martha's Vineyard. So cheers to the people of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. That's all I have to say. Anyway, we're going to the web now to our virtual panelist, Emily. And thank you so much, Emily, for being with us virtually. Emily Echeverria is a Florida native and an alumna of the University of North Florida. She's currently working towards a master's degree in environmental diplomacy at DePaul University. And with a passion for conservation, Emily's dedicated to helping the planet recover from the effects of pollution and global warming. Just this summer, she started a new position working as the Director of Climate Action for the Parliament of the World's Religions. And I hope, Emily, you will mention the gathering next summer in Chicago with the Parliament and just tell us a bit about the Parliament of the World's Religions as well. Over to you, Emily.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, awesome. So Beth, I'm so glad you mentioned you wanted to learn more about the oceans, because that is what I wanted to focus on today. So first, a little about the Parliament. We are the oldest and largest interfaith convening organization. We started in the city of Chicago in 1893 with the Columbian Exhibition, or the World's Fair. And then we had our 100th anniversary in 1993. And we're coming back to Chicago for our 130th anniversary next August. And as the Director of Climate Action, I'm in charge of organizing all of our programs that relate to sustainability, climate change, and the environment. So throughout this process, we've had to identify all of the areas we want to talk about. And when you talk about climate change in the environmental crisis, there are so many parts of it that come up and so many things that we want to bring experts in to talk about. And I think for the average person, it's really, really difficult to know where to start. If you don't have a degree in this and you don't spend all of your day reading about this and talking about it, you don't know where to start. So what I wanted to talk about is my background and sort of where I think the average person or someone who doesn't have a background in this could get started. So I grew up on a small island in Florida, just outside of Jacksonville, and we were a barrier island, which sort of meant we were the sacrifice zone for all of the hurricanes. We were the buffer zone so that all of the tropical storms and floods and beach erosion hit us before it hit the big city. So I've lived through probably a dozen tropical storms, probably 6 major hurricanes, and just seen firsthand how climate change is really affecting our small coastal communities. But because of that, I also grew up in a community that was very environmental focused. So from a young age, that's just been ingrained in me of how our community can support each other and how we can work together to support our neighborhoods. But growing up, I realized that's not how everyone is. So whereas I, in high school, took classes in marine biology and environmental science and was able to volunteer with things like the Sea Turtle Patrol and do beach cleanups, not everyone is privileged enough to be able to do that. And something that someone shared yesterday in one of the sessions really stuck with me is that those who have the ability to act in these ways have the responsibility to do so for those that can't. Those of us who can afford to make those better sustainable choices have the obligation to do so to help those that can't, so that we can help drive up demand and lower the price so that like contributing to what's going on in the world. Where do you spend most of your money? what companies are getting your most support? I mean, for me, I would think probably Target gets most of my money every month on food, groceries, clothes, things like that. So then it's looking at, if you can't afford to buy things that are more sustainable from other companies, what can you do within those organizations that are more sustainable? Target itself has more sustainable brands. It's looking at what ingredients they use in their food, where their clothes are sourced, trying to buy more local foods instead as well. So in my neighborhood, we have a farmer's market every Sunday. And I've been lucky enough to get some produce there every week. And that's been a good way to change where I'm spending my money, instead of Target or Walmart, where their fruits are shipped in from all over the world, supporting these local farmers and this local produce. But since Chicago is freezing 8 months out of the year, that's not an option all year round. So when it is an option, taking advantage of it is something that I'd like to do. So it's when you have those opportunities, seizing them, because not everyone has those, and acting where you can to make a difference. For fashion, something that comes to mind for me is gathering a group of your friends together that may be the same size or have the same style as you, and doing a clothing swap every season. You know, something that you're tired of wearing, that you've worn plenty of times, but you've never worn what your friends worn before. Maybe you think it's really cute. Finding ways to share your clothes instead of going back out and buying new clothes every season. Or using companies like ThredUp, who do sort of thrift shops, but on the national scale. Or going to your local thrift store and finding clothes that are still in good shape, but you're not contributing to these fast fashion labels. And again, I recognize not everyone can afford to buy from places that aren't fast fashion. But for those of us who can, it's taking that opportunity to do what we can to help those who can't. It's also being conscious of your energy usage at home. So thinking about how much time you spend in your office or at home, how you're using your water, if you're leaving lights on and off. It's taking this holistic view at your everyday life, where you're spending your money in the morning on coffee, if you're getting a reusable cup, or if you're using a disposable cup every time. Looking at your trash every day. What are you throwing away? Are you using these one-use plastics every day? Are there things you can replace those with? Looking at how much food waste you have and maybe starting to compost. And I actually heard the other day that if you take your banana peels and you boil them, you can use that water to help your plants grow even faster than with regular water. So just looking into these everyday things to see how you can make these small differences that are eventually going to add up. And it's also recognizing that individual actions alone aren't going to stop the climate crisis, but it's knowing that these individual actions, as they combine with other individual actions, can hold these companies accountable. It's showing us a shift in the consumer market, that people don't want to buy single-use plastics anymore, and forcing these companies to use better alternatives. I know in Chicago, so many people are shifting away from single-use water bottles that we're selling canned water now. So it's forcing these companies with our money to make better choices. It's voting with our wallets. But I think the most important thing you can do as an individual is to be willing to learn and to be willing to be uncomfortable. Because making a sustainable choice isn't always going to be the easy choice or the cheapest choice or the most convenient choice. You know, everyone wants to have these pre-made meals or to order takeout every day. And it takes longer to buy these fresh fruits and vegetables to make your meals fresh every night. But knowing that that small inconvenience is really going to have a bigger impact is great. It's showing that it's more fun to buy clothes every season, but being willing to be a little uncomfortable and a little upset that you can't go on a shopping spree because you're going to reuse your clothes and you're going to use them to their whole lifespan. But it's being willing to learn about what effect you're having, being really intuitive and looking into your own life and really evaluating what you're doing and being willing to make those hard choices. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emily. Let's give her a virtual round of applause, or a real-time round of applause for our virtual speaker. Thanks for your time, Emily, and some great suggestions. And I appreciate your focus on lifelong learning, right? Being the willingness to learn and the willingness to be just a bit uncomfortable. I don't know about other folks in this room, but as someone raised in this country, we seem to avoid discomfort at all costs, right? Except when we ride the subway, it's just a given. You're going to be uncomfortable sometimes. That's just the way it is. But yeah, embracing discomfort maybe as part of a spiritual discipline might be a pathway that we can explore more. And then, of course, more fresh fruits and vegetables. Can't argue with any of that. I'm just learning about canning and fermenting and all kinds of fun things myself. So deeply appreciate your time and your thoughts. Next, we have Modhu Cham, who's a senior consultant at ICF. Now, I didn't get what that acronym means. When I looked it up, the first thing that came up on my Google search was International Coaching Federation. But I think you work for ICF International, the consulting firm, yes? And you'll tell us all about that. And he's a senior consultant at ICF within the climate, energy efficiency, and transportation line of business, and primarily works with the New York State Department of Transportation's 511NY rideshare program, assisting local governments, municipalities, and major employers in the state, helping them implement green transportation programs. Very cool. Prior to ICF, Modhu was the Chief Administrative Officer for World Information Transfer, an international not-for-profit organization in general consultative status with the United Nations, promoting environmental health and literacy. Modhu earned a Master of Science focused in sustainability management from Columbia University right here in New York, and a political science and international relations Bachelor of Arts from Westchester University in Pennsylvania. Over to you, Modhu.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for having me. Amazing discussions and speeches. I'm already thinking about things that I can do in my own personal life to make changes, because we can, even if you're doing well or you think you're doing very well, you can make certain changes that can just make things better. I mean, the palm oil discussion, I am West African, so we do have a lot of food with a lot of palm oil, but we definitely know that the fact how it's really produced contributes a lot to environmental degradation in many developing countries as well. So a lot of folks suffer from that. So that's something I also need to think about. But again, thank you all for having me today. Like you said, I work for ICF. And what ICF means, used to mean at least, is Inner City Fund. Now it's just ICF or ICF International. And it was really started for housing development in the DC area, Virginia, DC area. And it has grown to be a global consulting firm. And the motto we really like to use is we make these really big ideas possible for governments and private organizations. So you have this really humongous idea, like how do you launch the sustainable development programs? In transportation, we're like, well, there are all these different strategies that you can use, right? And in that space, I work in transportation demand management. And the whole idea with transportation demand management is the reduction of the single occupancy vehicle on the road, right? So if you look outside, you see a lot of cars. You see a lot of cars. If it wasn't dark and you were close enough, look in the cars. In New York, you will see taxis and Ubers. If you're looking in an Uber, if there's one person in that Uber, bad. The pandemic is close to over. I don't want to say it's over. I don't want to get in trouble like Biden did. It's not over, so, but still, if you're in a ride share by yourself, bad, right? If you're in a single occupancy vehicle by yourself, also in a car, bad. Or at least try to avoid it as much as you can. So we work with many of the communities in New York State and some other programs around the country, and we provide them some strategies of how they can launch these programs. We're very close, very, very close on how we look at data in certain communities. So we try to focus on many of the larger communities that have folks that are traveling to and from major cities as well as some of these large companies. So I'll give you an example. Let's just say we work with a technology company that's based in Westchester County, right? Many of their employees live in New York City. Now, do you want all those employees, let's say they hire 40,000 employees that might be living in New York City. Now, do you want 40,000 cars driving Monday through Friday on these roads from New York to Westchester, from Westchester back? New York doesn't want that. Westchester doesn't want that. The leaders of these towns and villages, they don't want that. So they come up with these, we work with them to come up with these strategies of how folks can actually carpool to get to and from work. So if you have employees that are going the same way, can you actually travel with them? Another idea would also be to van pool, so you can rent a van from a company such as Commute with Enterprise. There are many other companies as well. Folks can actually be in the same van together. They are working the same 9 to 5 hours anyway, and they can try to park the car in a park and ride lot or find a parking location where they can park the car Monday through Friday. And maybe on the weekends, if they want to get out of the city and travel upstate, they can, do that as well. or the ideas also include pushing transit. So the New York City subway might be a little bit comfortable, but it's actually the best way to travel. Imagine driving here today or getting here. You really can't. All the road blockage, the UN, you have all these organizations that are here trying to talk to folks, trying to reach the folks, right? So it's really the best way to get around. That's why you have so many folks that actually travel around in New York using the subway. Another great way is actually some of the micro-mobility programs, which I will talk about in a bit. New York City now has all these amazing bikes that are on the road. So looking to go from point A to point B, maybe the bus isn't working that day, or maybe even the bus is working and you just want to take a bike ride. It's good for your health. It's also good for the environment. It's good for many reasons. So yeah, in general, that's what I really do. I want to give some examples of some micro-mobility programs that we help launch in certain communities. For example, in Westchester County, there's a community, the town and village called the town and village of Austin. And they have these really steep hills, right, where folks go, I guess, to take the train from Austin into New York City. And the big issue is you have folks that are actually just driving a few minutes every day to get to the transit station, and then after they get out of work, drive back. And so there's a lot of congestion in the morning and a lot of congestion in the evening. So the idea is, how do we help reduce this? So we try to put together some various strategies as well as programs. One could be biking to and from the train station. Now they have these hills, so it could be hard. So then the idea would be then, can you implement some electric bike programs? Can you even put together a community-based e-bike library program? Many of these programs sometimes are not affordable to these communities. So you have to also think about strategies in which either a state organization, maybe some local organizations, some private companies can help donate some of these programs. Like City Bike has a partnership with the city, or you can actually have, you can apply for some federal programs as well to launch these kind of these transportation programs to help folks in the community learn different ways. Another thing that we also do is we put together, we try to focus on various campaigns, right? So, this is really, the programs you guys are having is really adjacent to the UNGA. It makes sense because you have folks that are traveling all over the world to actually get here right now. You want them to speak, you can invite them. It's really an easy way to kind of get folks to kind of work together. So we focus on these programs. Earth Month is a great time to try to get folks to actually change their transport habits. You have folks that are driving 5 days a week in their commute. We know it's hard. They might have kids. It's not an easy thing for someone to just snap and change their behavior of things that they've been doing for a long time. So we try these kind of ideas of how do we change their behavior. Earth Month is a great time. Earth Day is a great time. For this Earth Day, can you take transit to and from work? Oh, you can do it. Can you do it 2 days a week? Can you do it 3 days a week? Can you add a day where you can actually work from home by teleworking, right? Just by doing this, you're reducing the number of folks that are actually traveling to and from work. Same thing with Bike Month. You have Bike Month or Bike to Work Day. Oh, this is a great day. You have all these bikes in your community. Why don't you try it out to get to your actual work location? Currently, we're actually promoting a day called Car Free Day, International Car Free Day, which is this coming Thursday. So it's one day out the year where we really want you to change your transportation habit. It's a little bit stricter than many of the other days, but for this day, try to do it. Try to strategize and actually plan out your day. Like you're saying, it's very hard. It's not an easy thing to just kind of change the way you eat, the way you buy your clothes, the way you travel. All of these things require time, so you need to plan out, right? So we give them all these ideas like, oh, this is a great day to actually take transit. This is a great day for you and your colleague to actually drive together. Oh, you didn't even know you all live close to each other. Look, so now you can drive together and get to work. A great day to take transit as well. So yeah, that's all I have for now, but let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to discuss.
Thank you, Modu.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
for being
much.
here.
Yeah.
Some great ideas that are surfacing this evening. This is very exciting, and we will have time for questions, and I'll have one for you about scooters, for sure. Micro-mobility. I love that idea. And of course, I love the fact that, Alex, you were lifting up the health benefits of walking as well, which is something I adore about New York City. Lots of folks walk here because that's the way they can get around. And when I visited Ireland, which is where that's part of my heritage. And I just loved it. There were tons of folks in their 70s, 80s, and 90s walking huge distances on a daily basis because that's just what they do, right? And it certainly was good for health as well. So deeply appreciate the transportation angle. Next, we get to turn to Carol Fistler, who is here as the New York State co-coordinator of Citizens Climate Lobby and many other things. But Carol has been a volunteer with the Citizens Climate Lobby, a nonprofit, nonpartisan, grassroots advocacy climate change organization focused on national policies, U.S. policies, that is, to address climate change since 2018, and she's now a co-coordinator for the whole state. Carol is also a consultant specializing in criminal justice and mental health collaborations, and she's worked in the nonprofit sector, in New York City government, and a Wall Street law firm. So she's been around the block a few times in terms of careers. And she has also lived for decades now in Manhattan, but tries to spend as much time in nature as possible. So, over to you, Carol.
Great, thanks, Beth. Is this working? You can hear me okay? Okay. Next slide. We just have a slide with Rob's and my pictures. We're a team here. You're going to hear about Rob in a minute. And now, next slide, please. So, Rob and I were asked to talk about climate advocacy. And I want to start by sharing a term that I learned recently. I think the concept of carbon footprint is one that's pretty baked into our discourse these days. But this idea of the climate shadow is something that I only recently learned about. And it was the term was coined by a climate journalist, Emma Patty. And I'm going to just read a quick quote from her. Think of your climate shadow as a dark shape stretching out behind you. Everywhere you go, it goes too, tallying not just your air conditioning use and the gas mileage of your car, but also how you vote, how many children you choose to have, where you work, how you invest your money, how much you talk about climate change, and whether your words amplify urgency, apathy, or denial. The power of your climate shadow is that, unlike a carbon footprint, it includes actions that defy easy calculation. I visualize my climate shadow being made of 3 parts: my consumption, my choices, and my attention. So I want to talk to you now about discovering my climate shadow. The idea with your carbon footprint is you want to make it as small as possible, and you want your climate shadow to be as big as possible. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is my personal journey, discovering my climate shadow. When I was 13, back when we had the original Earth Day in 1970, I cut school along with a bunch of my girlfriends, and we went to the local college to participate in the first Earth Day. And I really think of that as an important point in my life, where it was sort of my first participation in collective action where no adult had anything to do with it. So I have defined myself as an environmentalist for many, many decades. And I've always been very, very attentive to things like recycling and not wasting things and turning off electricity and a lot of the things that we've been talking about here so far. And I've been so good at these things that I really do view myself as being quite sanctimonious. So this picture that you see up here with the skyscrapers and the clouds, that is the view out my dining room window. I live actually just 1 block away, over on 61st Street. I've been there since 1988, and I have been so sanctimonious here in New York City. My husband and I did not own a car until we had been married for 32 years. Always took public transportation or walked, and the building that we live in for many, many, many years, the boiler was powered by excess steam generated by Con Edison in the production of their power. So I was like, you can't get a smaller climate footprint than I've got. Like, look at me, I'm so good. And then 2006, I saw an inconvenient truth, and I was just stunned. And then I spent the next 12 years walking around going, what can I do? What can I do? I've got to do something about the climate, but I'm not a scientist. I don't know anything about the climate science. I don't know anything about the technology it takes to reduce carbon emissions. I'm not an economist. I don't know what the solutions are. What can I do? What can I do? And then I had this epiphany in the Rocky Mountains where I just said, like, I got to do something. I have to spend more time in nature, and I have to get really serious about actually taking action. So, next slide. So for me, and I think for a lot of people, an important step in becoming an advocate and starting to actually take action is to find an organization that is a good home for being an activist or being an advocate. I happen to find the Citizens Climate Lobby. You're going to hear more from Rob about what it is, what it does. What I wanted to talk about was just, again, sort of selecting an organization. There are so many wonderful, terrific organizations. We've heard about a whole lot of them, just here among my, fellow panelists. One of the reasons I chose the Citizens Climate Lobby is that the core policy that they are advocating for, which I won't talk about, I'll leave that to Rob, it just totally made sense to me. So, sort of picking an organization where you believe in what they're doing and you feel good about talking about it and you can go forth with confidence, advocating for a particular policy is important. Values is another thing that's really important. Citizens Climate Lobby has as a really core value that we interact with everyone from a place of gratitude, respect, and appreciation, even people we completely disagree with politically. We always find something to appreciate, something that we can make a connection on. And all of our interactions with people, again, very, very respectful. So I think Extinction Rebellion, for instance, is not the right thing for me. But I know people who've left Citizens Climate Lobby because they say, enough of this bipartisan stuff, it's not working. It's time to go out there and make noise. So there's space out there in climate advocacy for all these different kinds of organizations. We have to find the ones that work for us. And then finally, you need to find a place where you feel like what you have the bandwidth to contribute, they can put that to use. Next slide. I'll keep this very short so we can move on to Rob. Just a few lessons. I've already said how for years, more than a decade, I dithered saying, what do I know about the climate? What can I contribute? And one of the things that I've learned is actually a lot of the art of persuasion has nothing to do with presenting facts. It has to do with connecting through stories, through values, through finding common ground, and really connecting much more emotionally than intellectually. And being trained as a lawyer, that's a very hard thing to get used to. I'm used to marshaling the facts. Also, in the world of climate advocacy, there are many, many, many people whose voices have not been listened to with respect over far too many years. And so that's been a very important part of my own climate journey, is just appreciating all the different people who have cared for a lot longer than I have and have been trying for a lot longer. And we have so much to learn from all different voices. And this final thing, politicians respond to political will. They are not the ones who create it, they respond. Next slide. So things we can do, I'm just gonna make this really fast here in terms of moving, building your climate shadow. Just want to talk about a couple of the 4 things I have up here. Talking about climate solutions, first thing we can all do is just keep talking to our friends and our neighbors and our relatives about how deeply we care about global warming and climate change and the degradation of the planet, and then also start talking about the things that we're choosing to do and the actions that we're taking, and then advocating for policy change. Again, a lot of things have come up already just, on my co-panelists here. You can advocate at the local level, at the state level, at the national level. And so one of the important things to do is pick an issue that you feel strongly about. In New York City, there's a lot of focus on building codes. We're gonna have congestion pricing going into effect very soon. As the nation is moving in the direction of electric vehicles, I go, where on earth Are the EV stations going to be in New York City? Like, I have no idea how this is going to work in New York City. At the national level, there are issues around infrastructure, incentives for businesses, incentives for individuals, incentives for research and development, tax policy, tax credits, state level, infrastructure, clean energy standards, infrastructure, clean infrastructure, so many different issues. So pick something that resonates, and then start calling your elected officials, writing letters, sending emails, talking to your friends and neighbors, making sure to vote and to let your elected officials know that the environment is something you care about. By the way, there's an environmental bond issue coming up in November. All of you who are New York voters, you want to vote for the Environmental Bond Act, which will generate $3 billion in basically clean energy, environmental protection projects here in New York. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob.
Great, thanks so much, Carol. Appreciate your insights. And the one I love best, of course, is talking about it. I'm good at talking. When we were having dinner earlier this evening, I asked each of our panelists, so I would help remember their names, to give me an adjective that describes them that starts with the same letter as their name, that old trick. And Carol answered immediately. She said, well, I'm Chatty Carol. So now we know you're building your climate shadow. Excellent. Thank you very much for that insight and for that journey. And now, to wrap up our panel, to hear more about Citizens Climate Lobby, we'll hear from Rob Werner. Reserved, Rob. Yes. Now, he joined Citizens Climate Lobby 7 years ago, and now he's a New York State coordinator and a New York City chapter co-leader. Rob grew up in rural Missouri, where he developed a lifelong devotion to protecting the environment. He participated in the 2014 Climate March here in New York City and encountered enthusiastic CCL volunteers who explained their nonpartisan, respectful, and courteous approach to solving climate change. And Rob realized that the value of CCL's solution, carbon fee and dividend, which he'll explain to us, is the way to go. And he's been active ever since. Over to you, Rob.
Thank you very much. Next slide. Well, that's. Oh, yeah, right after hers.
It just continues, so you'll have to jump ahead.
That's okay. I grew up in rural Missouri, and we were not farmers, but next to us was a farm, and they were my parents' best friends. And every couple of years, they would have a bumper crop and have a bumper crop party. And this was in the 60s when I was a kid. And by the 70s, it was like one every 4 years. By the 80s, it was 1 out of 5 to 7 years. And in the 1990s, they stopped having them because their crops were not very good. The weather was just uncooperative by then. And that was before everyone was talking about climate change. And I thought, that's weird, the weather is being so strange. They're not doing very well. So that was then, and I was always thinking about that. Next slide. One more. Next slide. Okay, that was then when I was a kid with the farmers. Now, Superstorm Sandy flooded my block. 2 blocks away, the water was 5 feet on the sidewalk. And just in the past 2 years, my homeowner's insurance has gone up by 31%. And this is like, we are paying for climate change. We just don't know it. And we have to do something before it's too late, and I want to be part of this. Next slide. Oh, next slide. Next slide, too. I didn't realize this was a multiple. I know. It's the next slide. Okay. Well, I'll talk about this. I'm embarrassed to say when I heard about Citizens Climate Lobby, and I knew it was such a great idea and a terrific solution, it was a number of years before I actually started doing anything. And that's everybody. It's climate change is such a big thing, and we're one person here in New York. What can we do? And it's just, we have to kind of start moving towards action. And CCL, it really helped me do this. Okay.
Is this where we are? Or next slide?
One before that.
Oh, before, okay.
Oh, it's the same?
Yeah, it was that.
Oh, skip it. Skip it. We'll go on. We're easy at Citizens Climate Lobby.
Receive those questions.
Okay. Okay, so I had a wait and see attitude. I just didn't know what to do. But now I have a let's get going. And that's because my personal conviction, I became really aware. I educated myself on what was really happening, and I could talk to any individual and say, this is how I feel and what actions I'm going to take. And Citizens Climate Lobby has goals, and it's really a great solution, which I'll explain very shortly. And so I say, that's what I'm targeting. And then action opportunities. On our website, there is so much to do and so many individual actions you can take and you can do it on your own time, from your home, when you're not busy or after work, or on the weekend if it's an easier time for you. Just do it, write letters, call and leave a message to your elected officials, all kinds of other things. It's very easy. And then support. Citizens Climate Lobby is all about developing relationships, and it helps. I mean, Carol and I work together as a team, and it's just so easy, and we accomplish so much, so I'm very proud of that. Next slide. Okay, ooh, wow, it's exciting. It's exciting. Okay, personal conviction. Citizens Climate Lobby is, we're a huge grassroots climate organization that you really haven't heard about because we don't go out protesting. We work kind of behind the scenes. And there's so much stuff on our website, it really helps. Path to success, we have a goal. I will talk about that shortly. It's terrific. And action opportunities, all kinds of things you can do at home, on your own time, and support. Citizens Climate Lobby really supports you. Next slide. Soon. It's churning. It's churning. Wow. Oh, here we are. Okay. So what makes a good climate solution? Well, it drives large-scale change quickly because we need to move quick, and it's a global situation. We look out for those who can least afford rising energy prices, and that's what I really like about our solution. Solving climate is not dumped on the backs of the working class nor the low-income people. And it's healthy for the planet and the economy. It doesn't hurt the economy. In fact, it grows the economy because I want everyone to have a job. I would make people make a living wage. It's durable. It will stick around. That means this solution will be popular once implemented, and so that the next president can just get rid of it because he doesn't like it at all, and then we'd be back to square one. And uses incentives that supports choice. The economy will transform itself, and you have many good solutions. And just the best solution for you is the best solution for the planet, and that is really a great solution. Next. Okay. Oh, thank you in advance. That's great. So what meets this criteria? Carbon fee and dividend. That's our policy. What is that? A carbon fee charges a fee on fossil fuels at the source because burning fossil fuels puts carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and it's just causing climate change. But what our solution involves is all the money generated from these fees is returned to American households in like a monthly check, a dividend. And just as my parents get Social Security every month, really reliable, this would go into your banking account, and you can spend it any way you want. It compensates you for any rising prices in fossil fuels. Next, please. Okay, how it works. So there's a charge on fossil fuels at the source, which is the mine, the well, the port of entry for any oil and fossil fuels. And that means the fossil fuel companies would do all the paperwork. In fact, a lot of Americans wouldn't even know it's happening unless they read about it, that this is implemented. Then return all goes to the households as a dividend. But one other thing I like the third leg of this stool, is carbon border adjustment. Now, if the U.S. would implement this, or any country that implement this, it may cause companies in this country to think, maybe if I move to a country that doesn't have this policy, I can save a little money and undercut America and jobs in this country. The border adjustment is like a tariff. If you manufacture in a country that does not have this policy, then you pay a tariff, and it wipes out any financial incentives for jobs to move from one country to the next. It rewards countries actually that implement this, that actually move forward to get climate change solved. So next, benefits. This will be, it's estimated net zero emissions by the year 2050, which is what we need to do, if not sooner. Affordable clean energy, the economy will transform, and there will be many, many new solutions to renewable energy and things that don't pollute. Saves lives. It's estimated that 1 out of 10 Americans have health problems because of pollution, which brings forward an earlier death than it would be. And this will be solved. There would not be any early deaths from pollution, from fossil fuels. And it puts money in your pocket, that monthly dividend check in your bank. It would compensate you for rising prices. So I think this is a great solution. And there's all kinds of, there's a zillion things to do in Citizens Climate Lobby. We divide them into, like, we call them 5 levers. One is lobbying Congress. That's where you would write or call or even meet with your elected official or their staff and tell them about our proposal and just build a relationship. And then another is media relationships. You can, from your home, write letters to the editor. You can, if you're on social media, you can share a message on social media at any time you wish, at home, weekends. Grassroots outreach, that is spreading our message to the average person. That is like maybe giving a presentation, and I've done presentations to schools and stuff over Zoom from my home. And you can, some of us do tabling in public now. Other people just arrange that behind the scenes from their home, easy. There's grass tops engagements that where we reach out to community leaders to get them on board so they can spread the message in their companies or even to their elected officials who would listen to them maybe more than the average person. And then there's group development, building the chapter. Our chapter meetings are still online, so from your home you can join. You can just help do a lot of the arrangements that need to be done with chapters. So there's a million things you could do. Check out our website, citizensclimatelobby.org, and a lot to learn. And it translates, even if you want to, our methods of operation will translate easily to even other interests you have, other organizations, because we're very effective. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob.
One more thing. I've heard our leader. He founded this, and he was absolutely great. He said, I used to think that the important people were taking care of important problems. No, preserving a livable world is up to us little people. What we do and do not do really counts. And he's absolutely right. Politicians do not make policy, they just react to the political will of the people, and that's what we need, political will of the people. So next slide. Oh, that's okay, it was just our names, and that's okay, and addresses, so.
Great, thanks so much, Rob.
Yeah.
Very helpful and great to learn about all these different pathways, all these different possibilities. Actually, it's been such an enriching evening. Let's give another round of applause to all 6 of our panelists, yes? How wonderful. As part of this Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, it is all about the practical, right? The small steps that we can each take in our daily lives to help move things forward. In terms of timing, Steve, we have, what, about 10 minutes left? 7. Okay, well, we have time for maybe a question or two from our attendees this evening. Anyone have a question? Yes. And please introduce yourself before you ask your question.
Hi, my name is Hamali. I'm from Boston. I'm here for Climate Week. And I just had a question around what Brad was talking about for carbon fees and the dividend policy. How is that different from a carbon tax and or cap and trade programs that currently exist? How do we make sure that we're incentivizing the right things? I can imagine that paying a fee for emitting obviously is a disincentive, but for the people receiving the money, are you now less inclined to advocate for lower emissions from these companies because you're getting money in your pocket? So things I was just been thinking about.
Well, a carbon tax is like a carbon fee, except a fee returns the money to like individuals in the country, households in the country. A tax. Carbon fee and carbon tax are the same until with a fee, the money is returned to households. And a carbon tax, the money would just go to the government to be spent. So that's the difference. That's what I like about that. Because there will be endless argument about where the money is spent. So we just put it in your pocket. You can spend it any way you want. There's no restrictions on that. This is different than cap and trade, because cap and trade can be easily gamed, as it has been in Europe. And the price goes up and down so wildly. Our proposal, it's not a law yet, our proposal, it would start at $15 a ton of carbon dioxide emissions and go up by $10 a ton. That translates to 10 cents a gallon per gallon of gasoline a year, go up 10 cents a gallon, which is nothing. Gasoline goes up and down all the time. And this really can't be gamed. It's being done in Canada already. It's very popular. People have voted it in, and there were proposals by some to get rid of it. They liked it because they get the money, and it's not being gamed like cap and trade is in Europe.
Great, thanks, Rob. Any other burning questions from our attendees this evening? Yes. Thank you, isn't that nice?
Hello everyone, my name is Jennifer Thompson. I'm from New York City, Brooklyn in particular. And the question that I had was, I'm thinking about communities, marginalized, disadvantaged, who don't necessarily have access to invitations such as these to learn about solutions on what can be done. And I'm curious as to what ideas or recommendations that you do have for making this information more accessible, or even thinking about smaller projects that families, individual families in communities can do to understand the importance and impact.
Excellent question, Jennifer. Thank you so much.
Honestly, that's why I took the standpoint I did in my presentation, because I remember my dollar store days, and if you can't clue in, yeah, I used to shop in the dollar store. Like, that was my all-purpose place, and some days that was too expensive, and I'm still a little sad that it's up to $1.25 now. It's highway robbery. But that's why I focused on things that you already have to buy and you already participate in, and the adjustments you can make there, right? So ostensibly, we all need food. Some of us have access to it every day. Some of us don't. But actually buying not pre-prepared foods is actually cheaper in terms of cost, but not in time, which is often a problem for people who live in poverty. But at least it does save some money. As far as spreading the word, it has to be majorly intentional. And it has to be, honestly, it has to have some joy in it. I'll borrow from what Colette Pichon-Battle said earlier. She spoke on one of our panels earlier today. And you can find all of our panels online. stored on the CG website for your enjoyment later on. And sometimes instead of inviting people to the struggle, you have to invite people to the joy. And again, I'm quoting, she said, invite them to parties. And invite them to celebrations and invite them to events that are around fun, like dance parties and you know, things in the street like block parties. You know, have fun with this. It can't always be about the world is ending unless you do this. People don't want to go to work all day and then hear that. Kids don't want to hear that the world is ending. I mean, literally, our suicide rates are going up among children at devastating levels because we're not talking about this properly. We're talking about it as if the world has to end instead of emphasizing the fact that we can still save it and we can still have functional civilization if we make these changes now. So let's throw a save the world party instead of a doom and gloom meeting. And that's what I think we should do. I think we should start planning, putting the fun in it, putting the agency back in people, saying by you participating in this, you are taking a hold of the horns of the climate situation. You are showing the power that you inherently have as a human. And that's what I would suggest too. And that's why we invited you guys, because we do this work, but we need you to spread the word. So even talking to your family members is helpful because then they can talk to their family members. So yeah.
I love the idea of parties. Yes, thank you very much, Dallas. I come from a Catholic tradition. I hang out with Catholic sisters. They are very good at parties. But you're right, we need to shift. And I love the idea, Rob, of bumper crop parties. Right now, our farmers may not be experiencing that right now, though sometimes they do. But I have friends who leave zucchinis on my front door. So zucchini parties, you know, bumper crop. What do we have here in the city, right? I don't live in the city 24/7, but whenever I do, my home base is Cleveland, Ohio, and I go back and forth. But I see so much bags and bags and bags and bags of trash, and some are blue, which means they should be recycled, but I don't know if they are. But I mean, you know, I've said on many occasions, when I win the lottery, not if, but when, although I'll have to play to win, but when I win the lottery for that couple $1 million, I'm going to get a couple recent college grads. I'm going to have them set up some recycling businesses here or just do something useful with all that trash. Man, we have an abundance in these 5 boroughs of bags of trash and plastics and recycling. And so if you think the eco-brick model, what could we build, right? Could we build the walls of our community gardens out of what's just sitting around not getting recycled? Who knows? But let's think parties. Let's think what's our abundance? What do we have bumper crops of, right? What can we share? How can we gather people and make it fun? Share the joy, right? So we've had a wonderful evening. I'm going to hand it over to Steve to wrap us up in joy this evening. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Beth. And thank you, everyone, for being with us, all of our panelists for sharing such wonderful insights. I think this is now day 2 of the Holistic Climate Solution Summit. We've gone through 7 sessions, just really unpacking these different diasporas, these different inputs. And I love that today was really centered on the individual. So we welcome you back tomorrow as we look at celebrating both the International Day of Peace, alongside with how we tackle climate anxiety and our own well-being on both a global and personal scale. We'll close off the session in the live stream, and we invite you to continue to be in dialogue with us as we close out the night. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I need sign-in information on that.